Hello everyone. I'm glad to see you on my channel. The story I'm going to tell you today is pure. It is true that all the bad things that happen in life happen for a reason. It is said that we can appreciate the good things, the things when they happen to us. I hope you enjoy this story. I wish you a pleasant viewing experience.
When William returned from a business trip, in which he had been for almost a week, and this despite the fact that he had to be there for at least 10 days. Truth be told, he really wanted to please his son by coming home early. William knew that the 6-year-old Nathan had been marking the days left until his father's arrival on his children's calendar, so he would be happy to see him back soon. As a middle-class businessman, William was one of the lucky ones who had the privilege of attending an economic forum in the capital. Throughout this period, he was on pins and needles. What kind of business trips can there be when you have a sick child? However, the businessman's mood improved considerably when his son sent him a video message. "Dad, hi. I'm fine. Aunt Paris made me pancakes today, except I only ate one. Well, not one, but half of one. I don't have an appetite, but don't worry, I'm going to be fine." When William saw his son's pale face on the video, he almost cried. His business partner Gregory, who was standing next to him, looked over his shoulder at the screen and remarked, "That's a good boy you've got. But why does he stay in bed all the time? Is he so sleepy?" "Nathan doesn't sleep much. He's been sick for 6 months. But I'm not in a state of mind," William said sadly, "especially since I lost my wife 5 years ago." Gregory shook his head sympathetically. "I've heard of that tragedy. The explosion at the country house, that it was so high profile. Only a lazy person didn't write about it on the internet. What only did not say, and the intrigues of competitors, and the ignition of some flammable liquid. But what really happened?" The businessman hesitated for a moment. "I don't know, Gregory. There are a lot of theories as to what caused the tragedy," William continued. "They never found out. A lot of factors contributed. There was household gas in the kitchen and a few cans of petrol in the cellar. And the house itself is wooden, you know? It went up in flames like a match." Gregory sighed sadly. "It happens. Gas and petrol all together. Anyway, how did Iris end up there?" "Yes, she did," William nodded. "She was going to the countryside with her friends. Typical women's get-togethers. She rented a cabin by the river. It looked like a beautiful place. What happened? I arrived an hour early. I wanted to prepare for the arrival, and a fatal coincidence." Understanding his companion's state of mind, Gregory tactfully moved away from the subject and turned the conversation to another direction. William once again regretted that he had gone on this business trip. He couldn't think of anything else but his son. On the other hand, if William wasted such opportunities, he would certainly go down like many people he had come to know. It's only on TV that businessmen are rich people, and therefore only think about where to put the next million in profit. What's so difficult about it? Buy cheaper, sell more expensive. But in reality, it's not like that at all. 2 of William's companions, Anthony and Matthew, went bankrupt without noticing it. Of course, it was not without competitors. Friends and mates helped. This year, many people in the city left their business, unable to withstand the competition. And only William stood firm, although he lost his car, which he sold to provide payments to employees and medical expenses for his son. But what else could he do? For Nathan's health, he was prepared to give up everything he had. But the treatment was still progressing very slowly. William didn't spare any money for the doctors, of course. Not at all. In fact, after the death of his wife, he put all his energies into his son. He had taken Nathan from the orphanage for a reason. When it became clear that Iris could not have children, William did not know who had gone to the trouble of keeping such a wonderful baby, but he realized that it would not go unnoticed for such a person. He loved Nathan with all his heart and considered him his own son. The feeling of unity was so strong that at the mere thought of him, the businessman could not hold back his tears. 6 years old, and the boy is already so clever and caring. When Daddy is not at home, he always calls or writes a message. Though with mistakes, it's true, but it doesn't change the essence of the matter. After such manifestations of kindness on the soul became warm and cozy. as if you are sitting by a brightly burning fireplace, and the cat lies on your lap and purrs only he understandable motive. Since he had sold his car, William traveled by bus. Many of his colleagues, frankly speaking, laughed at him, but he was not discouraged. Is it important whether you have a car or not? The main thing is to have a balance in life, and the health of loved ones does not cause anxiety. And all these cars, houses, villas, cottages, a matter of money. William's father was a turner at the factory and gave his favorite enterprise almost 30 years of his life. His mother worked as a cook in the school canteen and could not even imagine that her son would connect his life with business. Remembering this, William smiled. I wonder what his parents wanted him to be. A doctor, an engineer, maybe a teacher. But he chose a very different path, which his mother and father did not immediately approve of. For example, Mrs. Nancy Peck was sure that her son would go bankrupt and go around the world with his hand out. His father thought William was wasting his time learning about leasing, management, and consulting. But William persevered. He graduated from university with a red diploma and got a job as an intern in one of the companies. At the same time, since the 4th year of his studies, he had been tutoring part-time, giving paid lessons to those who were having a hard time with their studies. As it happened, William's internship fell into the company of his future father-in-law, Mr. Sven Schul, who at that time represented a very serious force in the city. Memories of this interesting time brought a smile to William's face. Sitting in the back of the bus, he looked out of the window, watching the cars and lorries going back and forth. Still, it was a good thing he'd hired a carer for his son, smart, kind, attentive. Even though Paris had only been working for them for 3 weeks, she had proved herself to be a good carer. Once she even saved Nathan when he almost fell down the stairs of the 1st floor. The stairs were very steep. The boy had played so hard that he had almost tumbled down with the toy car he was holding in his hands. Paris reacted almost immediately and picked him up in her arms. Nathan did not even have time to be frightened. With a smile, looking at the nurse, "Thank you. Paris, you're like a superhero, Catwoman or Panther," but she only waved it off. William gave her a small bonus that day as a bonus. No matter how you look at it, such brave deeds should be rewarded, and in a timely manner. There was something odd about Paris, though, an understatement or something. The nurse's eyes were always sad. She rarely smiled. Her face was often impenetrable to everyone else, bearing the imprint of sadness and longing. What exactly was this related to? William did not know, and he considered it unethical to pry into her soul. In fact, the businessman was happy with everything, because the previous carers who had worked before Paris were not even a match for her. One was always on the phone, chatting for hours with her girlfriend about what kind of gift she had received from her fiancé. The second seemed so lethargic, inert, that even a sick, sedentary child gave her a lot of inconvenience. There was also a thief, and even a hunter of rich suitors. True, all of them failed, as there was no special money at that time. William's firm was struggling to make ends meet and did not bring in much income, at least not the kind that is considered good in business circles. So William tried to save money whenever he could, but he did not limit his son in anything, and one might even say spoilt him. But in matters that concerned himself, he preferred to be more modest. So he gave up the idea of hiring a taxi and going on a business trip in a private car. He liked traveling by public transport. Therefore, he was not upset that he had such an opportunity again. The traveling time flew by imperceptibly in time with the changing landscape. Outside the window, sparse forests and strips of fields were replaced by endless fields sown with wheat and sunflowers. Lakes and rivers crossed the terrain like arteries, irrigating the land with life-giving moisture. Finally, the profile of a familiar bridge appeared ahead, and William realized that his journey had come to an end. Getting off at the right stop, the businessman hurried to the house where he hadn't been for a little less than a week. During that time, Paris had called him almost every day, giving him a detailed account of what had happened during the day. It was easier and more relaxing for William. Firstly, he always knew what was going on with his son, and secondly, he accustomed his assistant to the established order. When he reached the door of his 2-story house, William did not press the bell, but opened the door with his own key. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he immediately smelled the incomparable aroma of cooking food. He immediately smiled, remembering his late wife, who could not cook and preferred to order ready meals from the restaurant. In his heart, William did not approve of this, as he had been accustomed to ordinary home-cooked food since childhood. However, he could not condemn his wife for her lack of cooking skills. But not everyone could become a chef like his mother. Before William could take off his shoes, Nathan came into the hallway and shouted joyfully, "Hurrah, Daddy's here!" William smiled. "He's here, my friend. I couldn't have done without you." "You said you'd be here in 3 days. Are you a wizard?" Nathan asked with a smile. William shook his head. "Unfortunately, no, son. I don't have a blue helicopter either, but I do have a very kind, handsome boy. Do you know his name?" Nathan's face showed genuine bewilderment. "No, I don't know. Do you have another son?" William laughed and drew the baby close to him and held him in his arms. At that moment, Paris appeared in the living room and shook her hands in surprise. "William, I wasn't even expecting you this early. It's 3 days from now." The businessman coughed embarrassedly and said he wanted to surprise her. Paris's eyes lit up with a sly sparkle. "I think you've succeeded. Another 15 or 20 minutes and dinner will be ready. Nathan and I are having roast veal tonight." "Wow, it's like a restaurant." "The food here is pretty good, isn't it, Nathan?" he said with a meaningful wink to his son. His praise made the nurse's cheeks blush, and a sweet smile spread across her lips. Deciding to leave the boy and Dad alone, Paris left the room, heading to the kitchen to set the table. By and large, cooking wasn't part of the care's duties, but Paris had agreed to feed the baby daily if she was provided with the necessary food. From then on, William always kept everything he needed in the pantry at home. When Nathan saw that the nurse had left, he looked at his father with a puzzled look and then said, "Do you want me to show you a video? I took a video with my phone camera the other day." Nathan said, "A lady came in and I opened the door by accident. Mrs. Paris had just gone to the pharmacy. 'Cause I had a headache. And then the doorbell rang and I opened the door, and there was a stranger's aunt." William froze on the spot in amazement. "What aunt? Why do you open the door to strangers? Mrs. Paris always has the key with her." Nathan sighed sadly. "I didn't know, Dad." William's mood had visibly deteriorated. It was clear that Paris had done nothing wrong, but there was a reason he'd left her with his son. What if the baby had become ill in her absence? Nathan's disease is not well understood. The doctors had always warned of the danger of a relapse. William was brought out of his anxious thoughts by his son's voice. "Is this how you're going to watch the video? The one with Auntie?" "Ah." The businessman shuddered and shifted his gaze to the little boy. "Well, let's see what's on that tape. Did you come up with that right? Of course, if she is planning to do something bad, it will be easy to trace her." Nathan smiled and readily handed his father the latest smartphone. William took it gently in his hands and went to the gallery where the archive record made by his son was kept. In the back of his mind, he was sure that there was definitely nothing special on this recording. Most likely the woman had simply got the wrong address and left before Paris returned from the pharmacy. But once he pressed play... "Oh my God, what the hell is that? No, this can't be happening," William muttered. "Is there something wrong?" Nathan asked, embarrassed. William stood looking at the image, which made him look at the situation from a different angle. When William returned from his business trip, his heart was full of nostalgia and expectation, meeting his favorite son, and at first it was like that. The businessman opened the door and enclosed his son Nathan in his arms, seeing the joyful gleam in his eyes. But then these moments of tenderness and delight were followed by something unusual, something that was reflected in the lens of the smartphone camera. William stood there and couldn't believe his eyes. Was all this really happening to him here and now? The sincere surprise was explained quite simply. The child's footage was of his late wife Iris, who had died almost 5 years ago. The same red hair falling to her shoulders, the eagle profile of her nose and the noble oval of her face, and the dimples on her cheeks. Why did Nathan have to take such a close-up? "Dad, are you all right?" You don't look like you're possessed. Or someone who's been possessed by aliens? I've seen that in comic books. Nathan repeated his question again. William came to his senses and hurried to reassure his son. Don't worry, my friend. It's okay. Your daddy will not be defeated by any monsters. It's all a lie. If you'd be so kind as to call Mrs. Paris, I'll be in the study. All right, Nathan breathed out a sigh of relief. Oh, good, I'll do it right away. Still clutching the smartphone in his hand, William walked into the office and sank tiredly into the chair. His head was pounding, and he was thirsty. Iris is alive. Yes, she had come to visit her adopted son, who due to his small age did not know her by sight. Yeah, that's a silly fantasy. It's a bit of a stretch. Nathan can be forgiven. He was only a year old when Iris died. William kept no photographs of his ex-wife. Perhaps that was foolish. But on the other hand, why torture himself endlessly every day by looking at the face of his dead wife? In William's mind, it was akin to slow torture. Of course, he respected the opinion of other people who hung pictures of deceased relatives in black frames on the walls, but he didn't do it himself, preferring to see Iris alive in his memory. Mr. William had collected the photographs in a special family box and put them in a handmade drawer in his study. For this reason, Nathan had never seen his foster mother in person, so he did not recognize her during the unexpected visit. No, that's silly. It wasn't Iris, but just a woman who looked like her. It's the hair. It's red just like hers was, and the hair is still mischievous. Where are those horns that curl themselves going ran through the entrepreneur's brain? At that moment, the door of the study opened, and Mrs. Paris appeared on the threshold. Did you call? William nodded discreetly to the businessman and silently pointed to a chair. Paris sat down on the very edge, as if afraid of the conversation to come. William did not beat around the bush, but got straight to the point. Paris, you've been working for us for about a month now. I have no complaints about your work. But today Nathan showed me a tape that showed a strange woman entering the house, just as you were leaving for the pharmacy. Tell me, did you know? I'm warning you right off the bat, your future will depend on how sincere you are. Paris turned pale and took the smartphone handed to her with trembling hands. After watching the tape at least 3 times, she shook her head negatively. I'm sorry about this, but I really don't know who it is. And when I came back, Nathan was sitting in his room and was about to play the console. William's heart was visibly relieved. It was probably the answer he had subconsciously expected. But what could connect the copy of his late wife and the carer of his sick son? That's right, nothing. Speculation is all from the world of hallucination and nothing more. I'm sorry, why do you ask? Who is the woman in the video? Do you know? Could she have hurt Nathan? Paris asked anxiously. William picked up the pencil on the table and twirled it in his fingers, still unsure whether he should tell the truth or keep silent and pretend that nothing had happened. Sensing her employer's genuine confusion, Paris made it clear that she was ready to accept any answer, even the most ridiculous or illogical. William decided not to hide the truth, but to tell everything as it was. See, here's the thing. Paris, the woman in the video, is the spitting image of my dead wife. Iris, she died in an accident almost 5 years ago, River House, explosion, fire that spread to the woods. But I didn't personally attend the lineup. I only saw the charred bracelet on her wrist, Mr. Williams said. And to rule out a mistake, they did a DNA test. So Iris is dead. There's no other option. Paris raised an eyebrow in surprise. If it's not your wife, what's the problem? Maybe it's just a coincidental resemblance? Red hair is an omen, and the hairstyle is similar. William was embarrassed, realizing he'd gone too far with this questioning. It's a shame the stranger on the camera didn't say a word, he complained. If I'd had a sample of her voice, I could have told you whether it was Iris or not, he reassured himself about the mistake. All right, the businessman concluded. I'm sorry, Paris, I think you're right. Hair color is not an indicator. And I don't believe in the afterlife. Anyway, don't take it personally. It's okay. I understand. Especially since you have been through a lot in your life, Paris said with obvious relief and left his office. Nathan had just scheduled a prescription for his medication, which had been prepared in a special chart for his convenience. William looked at the nurse and wondered. What if the appearance of the dead wife's doppelganger was not accidental? What if the competitors from the rating firm had come up with a special plan and intended to throw me off balance in such a barbaric way? William had once heard of such a thing. True, he had not personally encountered it, but their calculations may have been accurate. Now he'd be nervous, he'd lose his peace and vigilance. Meanwhile, the raiders would gradually take over his business. There was practically no one to turn to for help. Talk to Gregory about it. But what could he say? Of course, he would support him with words, but he would hardly do more than that. After Nathan had taken his medication, William decided to go outside and get some fresh air. There was a very comfortable bench in front of his house, which was perfect for this purpose. William opened the gate and looked around. The parking space where he had left his car was empty. At that moment, the easily recognizable profile of Tom, the janitor, appeared from behind a nearby rubbish bin. Dressed in his work uniform and boots, he was rushing over with a broom to greet William personally. "Good evening, William. So what's up? Decided to take a walk or something else to do?" Tom asked. The businessman smiled. "Good evening, Tom. Are you still working? It's already evening. My granddaughter is probably waiting for me." The elderly man waved his hand contritely. "I know, Mr. William. How could I not? It's just that your neighbors have made another mess. They couldn't carry the bag just a few meters to the bin. They threw it in the flower bed like pigs. I planted these flowers with my own hands. I ordered tulip bulbs, special seeds, and they trample them like this. I've talked to them many times, but they don't care. So I stayed late to tidy up my favorite flower. You realize how important it is to Grandpa. The only memory I have is that she loved those yellow roses so much. She loved them so much." William touched the janitor's shoulder sympathetically. The older man's anger was understandable. His wife, Mrs. Zoe, had once worked in the city's landscaping service and kept all the city's flower beds and squares exceptionally clean. It was with her easy hand that the locals saw many varieties of roses, irises, tulips, chrysanthemums, and peonies, and it looked so beautiful that everyone wanted to stop by the flower beds and breathe in the fragrance, which took them back to their childhood, where they ran across the lawn and played hide and seek with their own parents. Although Mrs. Zoe had been gone for 4 years, her business still lived on and gave forth its incomparable sprouts of beauty. It so happened that Tom was assigned to the very neighborhood in which William lived. The businessmen's student neighbors had long been considered notorious troublemakers, though they were not marginal in the literal sense of the word. The couple worked for themselves in a private firm and even had a good income, which gave them the opportunity to have fun with friends or students. William had first encountered them 2 years ago, when they had terrorized the neighborhood with loud music and partying until dawn. Nathan had just turned 4 years old, and peace is very important for a child of that age. At first, as a normal person should do, William tried to talk to the neighbors amicably. Maybe they'd come to their senses and get wise, but the students only mocked him and slammed the door in his face. William swallowed his offense, and when the neighbors' debauchery resumed, he turned to the police. The effect followed almost immediately. For a while, the students quieted down and stopped disturbing the peace. But a month later, everything returned to normal, and with doubled force. As a result, William had no peace at night. This time, the businessman decided to deal with the awkward situation in his own way. First, with the help of his connections in the city's power grid, he ensured that the neighbor's house was de-energized in accordance with the law, because they were in arrears. Then the gas and water were cut off, and the neighbors were no longer willing to disturb the peace of ordinary citizens. Naturally, Ben and Helen immediately realized where the threat was coming from and decided not to annoy the businessman with connections. But they were not afraid of Tom, the janitor, and since then they had been giving him trouble as much as they could. And now, throwing rubbish on the flower bed, the students deliberately insulted the elderly man, and not even thinking about the fact that in his previous life he was a leading engineer at the factory. Of course, retirement has made its own adjustments in Tom's life. And in order not to sit at home, he became an employee of the city's utilities, maintaining the most friendly relations with William. He appreciated the businessman for his kind heart and unselfish help in solving any issue. Now, having heard complaints about his neighbors, William decided to talk to the students again. After all, to offend an elderly man is low and mean, especially considering that he is trying for everyone, not just himself. Ringing the bell on the gate, William listened. It seemed quiet. Could it be that no one was home? That seemed strange. But when footsteps were heard from the back of the yard, the businessman breathed out a sigh of relief. Then Ben or Helen was there. A few seconds later, the gate opened. A disgruntled landlord appeared on the doorstep and looked at his neighbor with a scrutinizing eye. "William, what's the matter?" he hissed. "Just dropping by," William replied. He hesitated for a moment, but answered the question clearly and calmly. "Hello, Ben. Here's the thing. Tom the janitor told me you've been throwing rubbish in the flower bed. That's not nice. Ben, a man's doing his best, and you're just messing with him." After William's words, Ben became visibly nervous. He could see in his eyes that his neighbor's remark had struck a nerve. On the other hand, he didn't want to quarrel with William either. The last action of the businessman, carried out for educational purposes, was too graphic. "Okay, William, I get it. It was an accident. Honestly, I threw it anywhere in the dark, but I littered, obviously. And tell that grandfather that I'll be more careful from now on. I'll break it in myself," Ben said. William nodded and was about to go home when his neighbor suddenly threw him a curse word. "William, what's the matter with you? And have you got yourself a passion? She's so pretty. But she looks just like Iris, of course. She's a redhead. She was hanging around outside the house 2 days ago. When I saw her, I thought she looked just like your wife. And you, well, you only take pity on the pretty ones." The neighbor's words made William uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, he looked at Ben in such a way that he immediately shrank in size, resembling a frightened animal that had decided to hide its head in the sand. "What's the matter, William?" "I didn't mean anything by it. It was a mistake. I was wrong as daylight." "It's all right," Ben said. William shook his head and walked home. The whole situation seemed like a farce or a poorly thought-out detective story. First, his son had shown him some obscure video of Iris or someone else, and now the neighbor had surprised him, saying, "Eat, don't be afraid." Looking around, William realized that Tom the janitor had already gone home. Well, that's his business, as they say. So, he took a sniff. It's a beautiful flower, sure, but what's the smell? It's dizzying. Back at home, William closed the gate and put the extra bolt on. There was no telling what might happen. Too many strange things had happened around his house in the last few days. Nathan was already in bed, dozing to a simple cartoon. Paris was in her room, marking the boy's medication log. William couldn't help but admire her meticulousness. After all, each drug was strictly accounted for according to its intake and schedule. But before that, there were only some unprofessional people. They forgot to give the medicine or prepare breakfast only at noon. But the disease requires attention and precise taking of medicines. The attending doctor always said, "Don't worry, Mr. William, Nathan will get better. He's a growing organism." For me, an old man, this disease could be a judgment call, but he'll beat it. "Thank you, Mr. Matthew. When you say it like that, it makes me want to live." "There's a light at the end of the tunnel," William replied with feeling. He was also very pleased that his son had such a good carer. William had met Paris by chance, although it would be wrong to say that it was he who found her. William was introduced to Paris by Gregory. At the time, the businessman did not really believe that this fragile woman would be able to work with such dedication, but it turned out quite the opposite. According to the words of the companion, she once worked in surgery and was almost an operating room nurse. But then something went wrong and she had to quit. William was very understanding. Life happens. Maybe she didn't get along with her bosses, or maybe she was exhausted from the hard work. Whatever it was, Paris was a real catch. As William went to bed, he thought again about the recording on his son's phone and the neighbor's story. It was still a rather odd coincidence. He would have to discuss it with Gregory, he decided as he lay back on his pillow. His thoughts began to dissolve slowly, like children's boats in a stream, into a dreamy fog, enveloped in a blanket of the day's emotions and experiences. The dream world opened its gates before him. William panted unhappily and rolled over onto his other side. Finally, in the silence of the night, his mind drifted gently into sleep. He dreamed that he was falling into a bottomless maelstrom where reality and fantasy were so intertwined that he could no longer tell one from the other. As he sank deeper and deeper into the abyss of subconsciousness, he had a strange dream. As an unwitting bystander, the sleeping businessman saw his late wife Iris. She was in the office and seemed absolutely healthy, the same as she was when she was alive. Opposite her sat a man whose face William could not make out. He was probably an office clerk or a bank clerk. The cufflinks alone were not cheap. William knew his stuff. The dream itself seemed so realistic that he became even more immersed in it. But the most surprising thing was that his successful wife kept talking about some kind of inheritance and will. At first, William did not understand what Iris meant, but then he guessed. Most likely it was the will of her late father, Mr. Sven Scholl. In her dream, she was screaming and waving her arms at the man sitting behind the desk, who was most likely a notary public. Iris's indignation was so great that she was already screaming at the top of her voice without lurking. William tried to take a closer look at the documents on the table, but the dream came to an abrupt halt. He shrieked and woke up with a racing heart, sweating. His face was as pale as chalk. William was well aware that his late father-in-law had not made a will, so the company had gone to his daughter by law. But Iris herself did not want to engage in the family business, because by that time it had already fallen into disrepair. Many people then laughed at William, who received such a troublesome gift. In Gregory's mind, this firm was akin to the sailors pumping water out of a sinking ship to keep it from sinking. "You're a fool, William. How long are you going to be with her? The company's in a lot of debt. That's why they gave it to you. There's no money left in circulation," the partner added. But William paid no attention to his skepticism. He was glad that he finally had a chance to test his strength. No matter how you look at it, becoming the head of a respected company is much better than spending the rest of your life as an office clerk, doing errands for others. At the same time, William could not understand where Mr. Scholl's assets had gone. Being not a stupid man, he immediately estimated the size of the possible capital. But where was the money? Was the house he and Iris lived in and the loss-making company all Mr. Swan had left them? What, left you with nothing? The mansion, yeah, you'd better sell that junk. It's like walking around with a weight on your leg. All the profits you make will go towards paying off the debt, Gregory said. "What's it worth to you?" said the business partner. But William just waved it off. How do you let Gregory know that he dreamed of such an opportunity? It's like a car enthusiast who at one point bought the car of his dreams. But he didn't buy it at a car dealership. He bought it at a junkyard, an old one with a lot of problems under the bonnet. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is the dream. Iris was still unhappy that her father hadn't left a will for some inexplicable reason. She was sure he had $1 million in his accounts. But when it turned out that this was not the case, she flew into a real rage. William remembered very well those times when his wife became depressed and despondent, while he tried to revitalize his late father-in-law's business. Iris thought only of herself and no one else. So when he offered to take a boy from the orphanage for children, she did not agree immediately. Iris wasn't in a hurry to have children and didn't see much point in it. William had long dreamed of an heir, realizing that children were their future. Unfortunately, Iris had no time to enjoy the happiness of foster motherhood. She died in a fatal accident. And so he was left a widower with a 1-year-old baby in his arms. He had little help from his parents, as his mother was often ill and his father was torn between home, work, and his wife's hospital room. William helped as much as he could with money. But when Nathan showed signs of a dangerous illness, he stopped sending money to his family. As he lay with his eyes open, William realized that he would not be able to sleep tonight. He got up at dawn and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It usually consisted of a couple of soft-boiled eggs and a cup of strong coffee. To his surprise, Paris was already up and about, fussing with the pancake batter. "I didn't realize you were such an early bird," the businessman said with a smile, gently changing the conversation to you. Paris lowered her eyes in embarrassment. "Oh, come on, Nathan just loves pancakes. In his position, you have to eat well, although his appetite is not always good," she said. William looked at Paris with gratitude. "I'll have to give him a raise from next month." he thought, and then asked Paris, "Do you know anything about dreams? What are dreams about inheritances and wills?" From surprise at Paris fell out of her hands a cup of coffee, which she had just prepared. Wills? What does a will and an inheritance have to do with it? William frowned pretentiously. Don't worry about it. It's just a dream. Isn't it? What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, I don't really believe in dreams, he said. Paris turned pale and began to sweep away the shards of the broken cup with a broom. Still not understanding why she was upset, William shook his head. The reaction seemed too violent. On the other hand, Paris might never have been confronted with such a question, which meant she didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. No, stop making up stories. Go to work, have some fun. He gave himself a mental order and decided not to wait for Paris and started to pack. Nathan was still asleep in his cot when William closed the door behind him and went to the office. He liked walking much better than driving. It was understandable walking through the city, greeting acquaintances, and feeling part of a whole organism. William liked to walk past the city fountain, which splashed his impeccable gray business suit with a couple of splashes. He also liked to take a shortcut through the park, where he was always greeted by pigeons and restless squirrels jumping from branch to branch. But today he was not going to enjoy his morning walk, and it all started when, as soon as he passed the park gates, William encountered an elderly woman holding a small puppy in her arms. It was probably a mongrel, but he couldn't say for sure, since he didn't know much about dog breeds. When she saw a decently dressed man standing in front of her, the stranger resolutely blocked his way. "Don't pass by, young man. Help me if you can. Take the puppy in. His mother is dead. Her 3 best cubs are orphaned. I took one for myself. I left one for my daughter, and the 3rd one here. I want to give it to kind people," she said. William hesitated. "I'm sorry, of course, but I can't support him. When I was a child, I dreamed of such a thing, but now I have a mouthful of worries." "And my son is sick," said the stranger. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a special light that William did not understand. "Take the puppy. You won't regret it. And he'll help your son. And I'll read your hand as a reward. Do you want to know the whole truth without deceit?" The businessman looked at the woman in disbelief. What is she talking about? Is she really a fortune teller? You couldn't tell from the look of her, and she didn't look like a gypsy at all. As if reading the doubt in his eyes, she said, "Don't you doubt it. I'm not a liar. My grandmother gave it to me, and I myself work in a restaurant as a cook's assistant. But in my spare time, that's fortune telling. I want to help my daughter save for a flat. I can't get a mortgage. I'm a single mom. I'm doing the best I can." William still wasn't sure, but he accepted the white puppy from the fortune teller's hands. It could have been called Snow White if it hadn't been for the black spot on the tip of its tail, as if someone had deliberately smeared it with soot out of spite. William was about to say goodbye to the strange woman when she took him by the hand. "Don't fight me. I'll just read the palm of your hand and tell you the truth," she said. The businessman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Good thing that early in the morning in the park is not so many people, or they would take him for a madman. He looked like a prosperous businessman, but he himself runs to fortune tellers. "Don't be afraid. Do you want to predict the results of negotiations and business deals?" the fortune teller asked, squeezing his palm so tightly that William could not pull it out even if he wanted to. In the meantime, she seemed to have fallen into a trance of sorts, her gaze clouded. Her gaze suddenly became aloof and expressionless, her cheeks pale. Her lips moved without making a sound. Finally, the fortune teller released his palm and turned to him in a normal human voice. "I see that something secret, unrevealed, is eating you and troubling your heart. The red-haired girl does not give you peace, and your doubts about your inheritance are explained by the will of the deceased rich man, betrayal and deceit. You should be afraid of the past as well as the future. You have borne a snake on your breast, and you will regret it." "Oh, you will regret it," she said. William shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment, and the puppy behind his back yapped indignantly. "See? I'm telling the truth, even the doggy confirmed it," grinned the fortune teller. William visibly relaxed and thanked her. She hadn't done anything wrong. no matter how you looked at it. She just asked him to foster a puppy in exchange for a fortune. Not a bad barter, especially in light of past events. William paused for a moment, then stroked the little one behind his back and turned towards the house. Now he would have to call a taxi to get to work on time. However, all these inconveniences were more than compensated for by the funny puppy, who was nestled behind his back and behaving like a child. William's mood improved considerably. Nathan would be happy to have such a friend. I dreamed of such a friend all my childhood, but my father and mother never had the opportunity. We lived in a poor family. What kind of dogs are there? William thought with a smile. When he finally got home, his son was already in the kitchen eating fresh pancakes with raspberry jam. The room was filled with the divine smell of baked goods and freshly brewed chamomile tea. William looked at Paris with gratitude and was once again glad that he had managed to hire such a good assistant. But then something clicked in his brain. The fortune teller had told him about betrayal, but what kind of betrayal did she mean? And what kind of a snake had William welcomed into his bosom? He turned pale and shook his head in an attempt to chase away the intrusive vision. But the fortune teller's words still echoed in his head like a broken record. "You've warmed the snake. You've warmed the snake." William decided to ignore the strange woman's warning and took the puppy out of his pocket and placed it on the chair next to Nathan. "Wow, Dad, you bought a puppy. How did you know I needed a friend like that? I thought I would ask you for a puppy. A big one and a white one. Have you learnt to read minds?" William's lips treacherously trembled. The fortune teller had said that a puppy could help his son in some way. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Children were always happy to have pets and were happy to play with puppies and kittens alike. "Yeah, buddy, I thought I'd make you a present. I was walking through the park, and there was a woman I didn't know. She asked me to take her in. In general, could not pass by such a handsome," explained the businessman. Paris smiled and stroked the puppy's scruff. William's heart squeezed painfully. Could such a good woman be a traitor? After all, she loved animals and Nathan. I could betray him. Of course, he knew that he should not take the words of a strange fortune teller so literally, because it could easily lead to a misunderstanding. He knew that in most cases such people predicted fate, and that it was very difficult to interpret their words, especially in the current situation. William was about to accept this thought when he remembered other words related to wills and inheritance. I wonder how she could have known about that, William thought, but of course he had no answer to that question. Leaving the puppy in the care of Paris and Nathan, the businessman took his phone out of his pocket to call a taxi. He did not want to go for a second walk. He didn't like to be late, and secondly, he was not in the mood for such a walk. The taxi driver turned out to be a nice elderly man with a sticker on his windscreen indicating his disability. "I used to be a trucker. I had an accident. My leg was jammed. Anyway, now I work as a taxi driver," explained the driver. William nodded sympathetically and mentally decided to tip him twice as much as usual. Let him be happy. Perhaps he would have his own private holiday someday. To his credit, the elderly chauffeur did not want to charge more than the usual rate. It took William a lot of effort to persuade him to accept the gift. Gregory was waiting for him in the office. His companion had been visiting him a lot lately to talk about this and that and to plan his future. William had met Gregory by chance when he was looking for a job in a company after graduation. He remembered Gregory Vittle from his studies in economics. However, they had studied at different faculties and had not had the opportunity to get to know each other better. This was not the case now, when Gregory saw William almost daily. "Hello, William. You've arrived by taxi, so you're living well now. Or did you get tired of walking?" Gregory asked him with a smile. He appreciated his companion's joke and smiled back. Gregory's teasing did not make him uncomfortable, as it had no special meaning. "Well, William, have you thought of selling your firm yet? You might go bankrupt, and everything will go under the hammer for nothing while you still can. I'd advise you to sell it to the right buyer. If I can find a good one, I can get you more than it's worth." William looked at Gregory in surprise. "No, I wouldn't sell this firm, even if there were only 1.5 cripples left in it. I mean, it's my baby. Well, not mine, of course, but my late father-in-law's. But it's very important to me. He's probably watching me from heaven right now, and I have to prove to him that I'm wealthy." Gregory shook his head reproachfully. "Do you believe in all sorts of nonsense and rubbish? Your father-in-law left you nothing but debts as an inheritance, and the company is unprofitable. You could at least give me some money. They say he was a rich man. You even sold your car to pay his employees' salaries." His companion's phrase seemed very strange to William, and first of all because he also mentioned the inheritance and some mythical money. And after all, only people of a very narrow circle could know about them. On the other hand, Gregory had always been clever and clever. Therefore, he could easily find out about the will and the missing money of the deceased businessman's father-in-law. William didn't like talking to him today, and it wasn't because he hadn't slept much the night before, and in the morning he'd run into a strange fortune teller in the park. It was something else. There was something wrong with Gregory himself. He'd been a little too defiant that morning. Maybe I'm just imagining things, William thought, and decided to make himself some coffee. William was about to leave the office to give the necessary instructions to the secretary when Gregory's phone rang. In a strange irony, it was lying on the edge of his desk just as William passed by. He involuntarily squinted his eyes and saw the caller's face pop up on the screen of the expensive smartphone. People usually did that, putting a favorite photo in the data section of a person's personal contacts list. But what William saw on the screen of Gregory's phone made him uncomfortable. He instinctively recoiled and shifted his gaze to his companion. The businessman shook his head, uncomprehending. Then he grabbed the smartphone in his hands. But it was too late. William had time to look at the caller's picture. Or rather, the caller was a woman. She looked exactly like his Iris. William's cheeks flared with an angry blush. Grabbing Gregory by the pecs, he pinned him against the wall and hissed, "Where did you get that picture? It couldn't have just appeared on your doorstep. Iris didn't give her photos to anyone." Gregory, smiling, tried to lie something unintelligible, but William already felt that he had caught him off guard. And now, to find out the truth, he must interrogate his companion here and now. "Well, tell me, or I'll go to the police. My son has a record of a woman who looks like Iris come into our house. She was also seen by a neighbor. So what do you know about it?" Gregory's lips contorted into a wry grin. "You're a fool, William, and always have been. The woman who looked like Iris. That's what she was, you fool. Do you really think she was the one who died in the cabin in the woods? She's alive, and she's been hiding under a different name all this time." William's hands trembled with excitement. It seemed as if in a second he would smash his fist into the insolent face of his cunning companion. You're lying. It can't be true. I was personally involved in the identification at the morgue, the bracelet on my arm. What about the DNA test, Gregory?" Gregory pushed William away from him, knowing full well that there was no way of avoiding the answer. "Oh, come on, you found me a problem too. You ID the bracelet, the body." "Yeah, it's a stray mare that died the day before. I know a guy who worked at the morgue. He's a total alcoholic. He was an orderly though, but that doesn't change the point, so he helped. And he got the DNA samples I needed to make sure they all matched. And you fool, believed it." William's hands clenched into fists. "But why would they do that? And how do you know all this?" Gregory smiled. "How do I know all this? Because Iris and I are brother and sister. Yes, she's adopted, just like your son Nathan. We were separated in an orphanage years ago, and it was her father, Mr. Sven Schull, who separated her. He'd wanted a daughter for a long time, you see, but he was in poor health. So he took the girl and left me in an orphanage. I was skinny and weak back then. Everyone insulted me. So all these years I lived with only one thought. I would get out of the orphanage and take revenge on those bigwigs." William's face had a squeamish expression on it. Was it really all for revenge? Gregory sighed brokenly. "Well, why only for revenge? Not only for her, of course, but also for money. He's always had plenty of money. He was cunning, figured out his adopted daughter, realized she wouldn't develop the business and would sell it off. And because he had a premonition of his death, he hid the real will somewhere in the house in a secret compartment. numbers and ciphers from the bank boxes where the money was kept. Iris searched the whole house and found nothing. So she gave the firm to you, you fool. What does she need it for? It's unprofitable. You haven't done anything in 5 years. It's pointless labor. You'd think you'd done something, William hissed. To tell the truth, he didn't like the story of the werewolf in the business suit more and more. But Gregory was getting carried away. He obviously wanted to ease his mind. Iris had been desperate to find traces of her father's inheritance and had recently discovered a diary with notes in it. It turned out that shortly before his death, her late father, Mr. Sven Schul, had hung a mirror in the hallway of the very house you had left behind. And he'd been at it all day, knocking things around downstairs and working with a drill. So she thought you hadn't found out that you'd gone on a business trip. I'm the one who helped you with the business trip. You wouldn't have got it without me. Iris actually paid you a visit at your house. Your sick, stupid son started filming her. She got scared and left. She never found anything. But then you showed up out of the blue, and Paris, that homegrown nurse. Are you having an affair with her? If you ask me, Iris was the best wife you ever had, even if it was just a pretend one for the cause. William's cheeks flushed with shame as he punched the scoundrel in the nose. Gregory yelped softly and sat down on the table. The phone on the desk had already stopped ringing, and the screen flickered drearily with an unanswered call indicator. But if everything is as you say, then the ex-wife won't be offended if I call now. Yes, I'm going to call her right now via video link. William smiled and grabbed the phone off the table in a flash. Gregory didn't resist, realizing it was useless. In fact, he and Iris had not committed a serious crime, but simply wanted to engage in fraud, hoping to get the money of the late Mr. Sven Schul. But the businessman was, it seems, more cunning and unraveled his foolish adopted daughter, hiding all the details in a stash, which was probably behind the mirror in the hallway. But that was of little interest to William now. Dialing Iris's number over the video link, he put on a happy smile and met her eyes. She dropped the phone from her hands in surprise and clutched her head. But William acted as if nothing had happened and asked ironically, "How is it in the other world, my dear? Is everything enough? I've been coming to see you every week at the cemetery, and I never heard from you. How did you find out about this? Did Gregory tell you?" "That's impossible." We're brother and sister, Iris screamed, but William only laughed and reached for the landline to call the police. That same day, Iris and Gregory were arrested. Of course, they didn't get much time, but the fact of fraud was still there. But the most important thing awaited William later, when he, together with Paris and Nathan, pulled back the unfortunate mirror in the living room and saw the cleverly disguised hiding place under the wallpaper. "Wow, Dad, it looks like a treasure," Nathan gasped. William carefully turned the handle of the clever safe and pulled it open. Inside there was money, gold jewelry, and most importantly, bank details which could be used to withdraw a considerable amount of money. William smiled and looked at Paris. Just a few hours ago, he had doubted her for nothing. All this time, she had done everything to make him and Nathan comfortable. A few days later, when the bank red tape had been cleared up, the employees of the late Mr. Sven Schul's company received their full salaries and bonuses. William also promised to give them a raise for the next month, so that his late father-in-law's company would no longer be in danger of going bankrupt. But Iris and Gregory would not be able to see each other for several years. However, there are special rooms in the penitentiary for this purpose, from which you can call your relatives once a week. Having received an impressive sum of money, William directed part of it to his son's treatment. In a very short time, he was able to provide him with noticeable relief. Just as the fortune teller had predicted, Nathan began to revive. This happened together with a small puppy, which the boy named Lucky. And Paris has since become an integral part of William's family. However, now not as a carer, but as a spouse and mom to Nathan. There are rumors that Paris is expecting a child, but it is still difficult to confirm. Although, judging by the noticeably rounded tummy, these rumors are not groundless.
Darkness had always seemed to Angelica a living thing, and as long as she could remember, she knew that something lurked in it, waiting for the fateful moment, something that wanted to harm her. "You are quite big now," her mother said to her, putting her to bed for the night and carefully adjusting the blanket. "Don't you realize there's nothing there?" "It's all right here, silly," her mother said, tapping Angelica's forehead affectionately with her finger. "Come on, grow up soon and nothing to be afraid of." On this inclement, thunderous night, standing in front of the window, the girl remembered her mother, who was gone a little more than a month ago. The still young woman had faded away in a matter of weeks after doctors had told her she had cancer. How had they looked it up? Nobody knew. Just Angelica's mom thought that fatigue is from work, from household chores. And now her daughter is all alone. Wrapping her arms around her shoulders, she pressed her forehead against the cold glass and stared into the darkness, the first floor of the house, and it seems that there, beyond the window, the abyss. It was well past midnight on the clock, but Angelica didn't even think about going to bed until the footsteps, the fumbling of her stepfather in the next room, were hushed. He was drunk again, and when he was drunk, Angelica was almost more afraid of him than of what lived in the dark. In fact, John had demanded that she call him Daddy from the very beginning as soon as he entered the family 4 years ago. But Angelica had never uttered the word for him. Yes, she didn't know her real father. Her mother had never told her anything about him, but John, never could he be a real daddy to her. And no amount of candy and toys and sweet words about how much he loved his girl could change that. And when he tried to give her a kindred hug, Angelica felt the grip of a snare. Angelica learned about snare, by the way, early because her grandfather kept one in his collection of antiques. Grandpa had his own room, and it always seemed to Angelica a cave of treasures. What wasn't there? Huge books, colorful rugs, strange pictures that her grandfather Robert called engravings. A big globe, not at all like the ones at school. And about the huge trap, her grandfather said it was a 19th century antique. When Angelica was little, she couldn't understand what the 19th century was. Even what her grandfather said didn't help. It was a time so long ago when even his own grandfather had been a baby. Robert also said that this trap had once been used to hunt special, magical wolves. But Mama didn't like that kind of talk. She said that because of them, Angelica would never stop being afraid of the dark. Mom sometimes even demanded to throw this thing away, saying that even though it lies on the shelf, but still somehow uncomfortable, the aura in the house is spoiled. But grandfather only waved away and said that the aura, if it is at all in nature, spoiled people, but not things with a good family history. "Daughter." Stepfather's quiet voice at the door pulled Angelica out of her silent stupor. She shuddered and turned around. "Angelica, open up to Daddy. You're awake. Are you afraid of a thunderstorm, little girl? The nightlight is on. There." She clenched her teeth. What kind of little girl is she to him? A week ago she turned 18. But no celebration, of course, shortly after her mother's funeral, no wish. Just that day had passed and that was it. Her stepfather only got drunk in it again and kept repeating that time flies, and she for him will always remain a daddy's daughter who belongs only to him. In general, the stepfather said strange things when he was drunk, and when he was sober, he did strange things. For example, he loved to move things from one place to another. For example, the mud Angelica used to drink tea from in the morning, and then began to say that no, he did not touch anything. It is with her head something apparently is not so. "Go away, please. I'm tired. I want to sleep." "Go away, you're drunk." Angelica's voice sounded unsure. The stepfather outside the door seemed to run his fingernails over the door. No, the stepfather exhaled hoarsely and the door opened. He stepped into the room, closed the door. "What are you running from me for, huh? I won't hurt my girl." The stepfather licked his lips and Angelica felt nauseous. Suddenly, his hand reached out and put out the nightlight. Small in the form of a lantern, from which on the walls danced figures of forest animals and close to the stars. "It was a gift from my mother long ago and every night burned until morning." "Turn it back on." Angelica's voice trembled. She couldn't bring herself to move from her seat. No, it wasn't completely dark in the room after all. There were lights burning in the yard, and the lightning seemed to strike without ceasing. But the disappearance of the source of warm, soothing light struck a whiplash on her nerves. Afraid of the dark girl. The stepfather was getting closer. What do you want? Let's talk tomorrow. I'm tired, Anne. Do you want to go to bed, my girl? The stepfather licked his lips again and hiccuped drunkenly. Angelica gasped, her body trembling. If now to rush forward and jump out into the hallway. You can wake grandfather. He will calm him down. Grandfather, though he was already 70, was not afraid of John and always protected his daughter and granddaughter from his drunken antics. Except that the stepfather was ahead of Angelica and rushed first, right at her. He dug into her shoulders, pressed her against him, turned her around and pushed her onto the bed. Her scream froze, not breaking through the sweaty hand clamped over her mouth. What, do you think you become a big girl and can disobey your father? She's already 18, so everything is possible, popped stepfather. Angelica desperately resisted, but the forces, trivial simply by the weight of her stepfather and her, were not equal. The belt buckle jingled. Tears in the girl's eyes clouded everything around. Nightmare, darkness, the worst fears that she hadn't allowed to fully materialize in her head until now had become reality. Angelica snapped out a low, pitiful moan, but the one who hovered over her, it did not stop, only seemed to inflame even more. A big one, so muttered the stepfather in a slurred tongue. You're already out with the boys, aren't you? And Daddy then aside. Well, nothing. I'll teach you how to obey. And suddenly the door opened. The light on in the hallway illuminated the figure on the threshold. Grandpa. In an instant, he was beside her, and then some force simply yanked her stepfather off Angelica, tossed him aside like a sack of garbage. Barely, with difficulty, she realized it was her grandfather who had done it. But he always seemed so weak, and here, sitting up on the bed and correcting, returning the pajama shirt torn by a ruthless hand to her bare shoulders, Angelica opened her eyes and watched as her stepfather, who had barely begun to rise, took flight again, now against the wall. Grandfather just stamped him, and then hit him in the face with a full swing. John yelled something, tried to swing his fists back, but the forces were not equal, and in addition, he was tangled in his own pants. Finally, grandfather gave him a final, from the heart, as they call it, a blow, from which the stepfather just howled and began to roll on the floor. And the next powerful blow, grandfather clearly deprived him of his senses. Angelica, the grandfather turned to his granddaughter. Get dressed. Grandpa, she started, but the stern look immediately canceled any talk and slowness. The girl grabbed a sweater, jeans. Grandpa grabbed her stepfather by the scruff of the neck and lifted him off the floor. Not exactly carrying him, but dragging him. Grandpa, don't kill him, Angelica exclaimed. Well, what are you? Grinned the old man. Teaching enough for a start. What we will do. What are we going to do? Angelica froze. We'll leave. Right now. What? Oh, granddaughter. I should have waited for nothing. I thought maybe he would come to the senses. You see, he's lost his human face. No, we're leaving now. I've already decided where to. You obey your grandfather and pack your things. I'll call a cab and I'll lock him in the back room. He'll wake up in the morning, knock on the neighbor's balcony. He won't be lost. He'll live. Although, such a creature. With a hum, grandfather disappeared into the corridor. Angelica acted, feeling as if in a dream. Take out the bag. Leave what was at hand. Oh, how lucky that recently in the room put in order and at least did not have to look for long documents and all the necessary little things. The tears had not dried up yet, but the girl was laughing nervously. What's going on? 5 minutes ago, she was suffocating under the disgusting weight of someone else's body, and now she's packing. Where to? Why now? Anyway, she didn't want to stay in this house. Mommy, you're gone. The girl whispered and slammed the desk drawer shut, grabbing her mother's last but most precious box. It was an antique, carved thing, in which she kept memorable little things different, as she herself said. And when Angelica was just a little girl, she loved to play with them, going through them as if the contents of a treasure chest. Ready, dragonfly? Grandpa's back. Far away in the apartment, there were drunken shouts of her stepfather, who had apparently already come to his senses and was pounding on the door, locked in the room. Instead of answering, Angelica nodded. She went out into the corridor, then to the landing. Grandfather didn't lock the front door, just closed it. Now to the elevator and down. Why are we leaving? Where to? Angelica asked when they stopped at the elevator. Robert didn't answer right away. He opened his umbrella to hide himself and his granddaughter from the rain, then stretched out his hand and caught the cold stream of water in his hand and hung, rubbing it between his fingers. He'd been thinking about it for a long time, about how it couldn't go on like this. Robert was silent when his daughter Celine decided to get back together with John. She decided, as she said herself, tired of being a woman alone. I brought up Angelica. She will be an adult soon. She will leave him what? I will be all alone then, she said indignantly and at the same time justifying herself. Yes, I made a mistake. I made a terrible mistake. My whole life was damaged. But what am I to do now? To be alone till death? Daddy, who needs me like this? There are so many young men, and here's a stranger's child, and even stranger, with strange things. No, John's not the best man in the world, but if he isn't, I'm afraid this is my last chance. Robert didn't argue. He kept the family together for so many years. I mean, he denied his daughter the right to a private life. Where with a kind word, and where with strictness, he had convinced her that Angelica's upbringing was her main task, her duty as a good mother. He thought, so really, it will be better. A small family lived and as that, sometimes even like it seemed that they were happy. Angelica's mom was so young when her daughter was born, only 20 years old, and it was not a planned child. And the father of the daughter, it was possible to consider that there is no at all. That is, roughly speaking, biologically, of course, he existed. But in that murky, dirty, cruel story revealed enough burning truths that Selena refused any connection with this man. Only her father trusted the truth, and he, feeling immensely guilty for allowing what had happened, agreed with her. Although he sometimes realized that no, he could not have prevented it. To be more precise, he could have. If Selena had told him everything at once, instead of being alone with her misfortune. In general, the father-daughter bond could have broken, split like an iceberg under the impact of waves, but it was Angelica's appearance that became the saving glue for her. The baby gave them strength, gave their lives meaning. Angelica had been dusted off. No daycare why when there's a grandfather who, possessing a sharp, developed mind, taught the little girl to count and write, looked after her, and along the way before he retired and after, generously spent on her most of his salary. She was his historian and culturologist, specializing in folklore, not that great, but with what the accountant received Selena for the needs of the family was enough. Angelica grew up a quiet, domestic child. She went to school, but she did not make many new friends. In general, with her and in the yard drove few people, not because of her odd fear of the dark and a sensitive attitude to the fact that sometimes count the surrounding objects were so noticeable. No, about it only the closest knew. Simply Angelica was very timid, shy, did not show initiative in games, but she studied well. She obeyed her mother, and Mom was quite happy with that. She only sometimes regretted that there is no in her daughter a bright palette of emotions, that fire that happens in other children. But then every time mentally said to herself that even be happy about it should be. Maybe the daughter of her mistakes will not repeat. I wish Angelica never had to go through what she went through in her time. Grandfather Robert also saw how his granddaughter was growing up, but it did not bother him in the least, because he noticed something else. Angelica was so sensible and intelligent beyond her years. So what if she doesn't run around the yard with the other kids, but as peanuts cracking tasks from math and physics textbooks, eagerly argues with him, an old man about the deep meanings of the legends of Eastern Europe, and by heart can retell the most important dates in the history of Constantinople, not forgetting all the names of important persons of that time. Sometimes the granddaughter talked to her grandfather about the future, about what she wants to become, and every time she kept saying that she wants to be like him also to study history, culture, folklore. Wouldn't you get bored? Robert asked with a sly squint. It's more work in the office. It's not an adventure with treasures, as in the movies. But it's interesting, answered Angelica invariably. And you can work very much alone. What are you? You do not like human society. Are you a bear, which and alone in the wilderness of the forest is good? Once asked his grandfather. And if I am a bear? Replied Angelica. He is big. No one will hurt him. No, grandfather, I love people. It's just, I think I'm something else. You're the only one, Robert grinned, and the best granddaughter I've ever had. And that, believe me, is even more important than science. And even if you become a fool and forget your alphabet and your name, I will always and always love you. Much later, looking back, Robert thought that he would not have allowed that Selena got together with John. But as if an evil fate, then Robert spent almost 2 months in the hospital, first finding himself there with pneumonia, and then, on the eve of discharge, had a heart attack. And when he returned to the apartment, it turned out that Selena not only brought a man, but also had time to sign with him. And she was determined that this was her last chance at womanhood, and she demanded that John be registered in the apartment. She said that if she didn't, she'd leave. She'd pack up her things and her daughter, and she and her husband would leave. Robert, with a broken heart, agreed to everything, but he kept an eye on his son-in-law. Scolded him when he drank in the first years. John as if obeyed. He worked, however, in different places, then a loader, then a guard at the warehouse. But Selena blossomed with him. She started wearing makeup and dresses, cooked a delicious dinner for the return of the spouse because she worked near the house and had time to patronize. Selena never tired of talking about how happy she was. Robert, after his illness, when one led to the other, suddenly began to feel guilty. That because of the long-standing fatal disobedience of his daughter and a keen desire to take care of his granddaughter, condemned Selena to a lonely woman's life. Robert had repeatedly told John that he was a stranger here and had no right to bring up Angelica. In general, should not get too close to her. "What are you going to do to me, old man?" John snapped at him. "You yourself will fall apart soon. You don't get out of hospitals." Actually, that was only half true. Robert was really old. He tried to take care of his health. He was a head taller than his son-in-law, broader than him in the shoulders, and in principle, he never complained of feeling ill after he came out of the hospital. Robert always believed that men in their family were strong. His own great-grandfather had lived until he was 104 years old and had kept a large farm in the village until the last, commanding everyone so that even the mice went on a string. Robert did not run himself, ate without excesses. Morning began with exercise and even went to the gym, bought a subscription. Which, by the way, very funny, Selena. If you want your father to be an old man, then I'm sorry, my daughter, there will be no such thing. Yes, he's sick, like all people. But is that a reason to suddenly abandon yourself? Time passed, and one day Robert realized no. John was looking at Angelica for a reason. The bastard suddenly began to throw phrases that here she will be 18, will be a bride, will be a girl in the very juice, and it must, therefore, from the grooms to protect. Robert could not listen to how Selena takes these speeches as a joke, even happy that stepfather, you see, ready in advance to protect the honor of stepdaughter. When it became clear that Selena is sick, Robert suggested let's sell the apartment, start treatment. He also offered to sell his house in the village, but she was against it. "No, I can't do that to Angelica. This is her future. She needs a good place to live. And me, I guess it's my time. I guess it's for the way I used to be." Robert felt like hitting her for the only time in his life, just to slap her so she'd come to her senses and stop talking nonsense, because he'd long ago decided for himself that what had happened wasn't Selena's fault. She was just too young. She didn't go to anyone for help. They could have just left, fled to the city, and then, after his daughter's death, the only reason Robert didn't collapse into the black abyss of despair was because he knew Angelica needed his help. He realized that with John further to live under the same roof they cannot. He was not ashamed to drink at home, and on all attempts to talk shouted that he was in grief and in general he was registered here. Robert decided to do otherwise, to move out, taking Angelica with him of course, and then already sell the apartment. Slowly began to learn everything, and the place where to leave, prepared. But here's how it all turned out, that I had to hurry. And now when they were standing at the entrance, all these events and decisions of the past flashed before their eyes. "Grandpa, where are we going? Maybe we should go back in." "Okay, Dragonfly, listen to me." Robert turned to his granddaughter and put his hand on her shoulder. "I thought I'd tell you everything later, well, as it is now. We can no longer live with this man. You yourself, a big girl, should realize what he's like. I'm an old man, of course, but I'll take care of you. There's a place where we can stay while we decide everything. We'll leave town. Grandpa, what about it? I have to prepare to enter next year. What about me? There's a library in town. Angelica did not realize that her thoughts were occupied with such trivial matters of the future, but they rose up in her mind like a barrier protecting her from the aftertaste of the attack. You will, Robert answered. The time is September. You'll have plenty of time to get ready for admission. I'm sorry, Dragonfly, he added more quietly. I should have taken you away earlier. The old fool. I kept thinking that I had to finish this and that. To hell with everything, just to keep you safe. It's not your fault, Grandpa. Angelica's voice trembled. Why did Mom bring him? He's your mom just loved and did not listen to her mind. It happens in life. Well, granddaughter, do not cry. I want to go back and unscrew his head. Angelica sobbed and hugged her grandfather. Don't. Let's really just go away, even to the end of the world. And where are we going? To your friends? No, Dragonfly. We'll go to my small homeland, to the village of Boars. Boo, that's all the girl could say. She would have been less surprised if her grandfather had said that they were going, say, to Paris. Angelica knew that this village was somewhere far away, but she had never been there. Her grandfather had once told her, when she was still a little girl, about those places, about how free and beautiful it was there. But then Mom heard it and yelled at Grandpa. She said she shouldn't tell her daughter about it. She'd had enough of that damn place. But it was such vague, ancient memories, and Angelica did not ask anything about it now. The abominable attack of her stepfather had put the girl into some sort of trance. She was now ready for anything, just to be away from here. Finally, the cab pulled up. The driver, a chatty and smiling guy who introduced himself as Vasily, loaded the passengers' things and under the story about what an unusual shift he had today, took them to the station. And the owner of the pug said to me, "Don't worry, we are calm today. What does he do when he's not calm?" I do not envy her husband. Gilbert the guy, carefully taking a place in the parking lot. That's it, here we are. What time is the train there? We'll make it, answered Robert, counting out the bills with a bounty for the trip and for tea. Grandpa, have you bought tickets already? Angelica was surprised. No, but the nearest one is leaving. Robert glanced at his wristwatch. In 3 hours, if there are no tickets for it, then we'll go next. Grandpa, will he be looking for us? Who knows? But don't be afraid, smiled the old man. I won't let him hurt you. Now let's get to the Boars, rest, and slowly get on with our lives. Look, Dragonfly, there's a 24-hour buffet. What do you say about the pies? Unhealthy, fried, but tasty. I will, smiled Angelica. Luckily, the train tickets were available. Robert paid for a whole compartment at once so that not a single living soul would not interfere with the journey. Unfortunately, we don't have grilled chicken and boiled eggs, but there is a restaurant car, so we won't starve. Give me that bag, granddaughter. Careful, put it here. Something jingled in the bag. Robert carefully placed it. Angelica frowned. It felt like a box. Grandfather, is there a trap in there? Robert nodded. Grandpa, you told Mom you were going to throw it out. Yeah, that came out badly, but that memory is mine. That trap? What's that? Oh, Dragonfly? I'll tell you later, but for now, he doesn't ask for food and drink, and he won't jump out from under the shelf, won't bite, right? So forget him for now, forget him. Let's better make the bed and you go to sleep, or look, quite sleepy eyes. Angelica agreed. Now, under the measured clatter of wheels, when with every moment the train carried away farther and farther, she suddenly felt so tired. Still, however, wanted to wash to wipe with a washcloth all traces of touching stepfather, but now it was impossible and therefore could wait. Early in the morning, when the dawn was already dawning, Grandfather woke Angelica to admire the view outside the window. It was really a breathtaking sight. The train was rushing past the river, on a vast meadow in front of which cows were grazing. Summer was running, flying to the end, and the cattle were walking on the last succulent grasses. A little later, they took tea and breakfast was served by the conductor, and Angelica plunged into what she loved more than anything else in the world, grandfather's story. He told her what they would soon pass by, and then the view of a half station or some village acquired a special, deep, and fascinating meaning. "What are we going to do there, grandfather?" "To live, granddaughter. We spent too long in the city, and you've never seen anything but it in your life. I have a house there." "A real one?" Angelica gasped. "Well, not a toy," Robert grinned. "It was built more than a century ago. It has a solid piece of land. True, almost everything stood unattended." "What do you mean, almost?" "Well, there were people to keep an eye on things so they didn't fall apart. But all in all, we'll live in a wilderness, granddaughter. But believe me, that's what will do our hearts good now." The road took a long time. Sometimes we went out at small stations to stretch our legs. And also, grandfather always bought something to fried seeds or homemade dry fish. Angelica tried it all with apprehension and even tears. Mom would not approve cooked by unknown person, unknown in what conditions. But Angelica also believed her favorite grandfather. "Grandpa, well, what kind of village is this?" Angelica said in surprise, diving out of the screen of the smartphone, in which she had been sitting for the last half an hour. "Almost a city already." "Yes, the Boers have changed, but fortunately, civilization is slowly coming and the spirit of the old, as they call it, lives." "And you, what are you? Quite urban at me." "What else?" Angelica shrugged her shoulders. "Ed, that's what I mean. Consider, the real life has not seen." "No, I should have been more determined and at least sometimes to bring you. Look, and would not have grown up such a boo." Sending her grandfather a smile that understood his joke, Angelica returned to the information she was studying. In general, it was very interesting. The first settlements on the place of Kabankiki appeared at least 400 years ago, and still in these parts remained a lot of architectural monuments of the 19th and even 18th centuries. The house of the merchant Volko, now turned into a museum, where the objects of old times and some archaeological finds were demonstrated. Not far from the village, the reserved territories began, and probably, as it was said in one of the articles, it was the proximity of truly untouched nature that explained the fact that the forests were not reserved, but the most ordinary, almost adjacent to the Kabanchiki, were so unmodern. In other words, they were happy in the proper seasons with an abundance of berries and mushrooms, and there were also all sorts of animals: hares, martens, and even moose, and someone said wolves. In the latter, however, the journalist who wrote the article doubted very much and specified that wolves had not been officially seen in these parts for 100 years, so that all these stories were no more true than the rumors about werewolves that had been going around in Kabanchiki for ages. "Grandpa, is there a fence at our house?" Angelica suddenly asked. "There is a good fence. It's good enough to keep out strange cattle. Are the doors and windows locked?" "Why do you ask, granddaughter? Are you afraid of robbers?" Playing mysteriously with his eyebrows, grandfather asked, and Angelica smiled involuntarily. "It's just that we will live alone. Don't be afraid. Outside bandits don't climb there. Thieves too in Kabankiki. There are no for about 30 years. Why? If you know too much, the Martins will take you to the forest." Grandfather said something incomprehensible and wagged his finger at his granddaughter. Angelica shrugged her shoulders and changed her occupation. Though she had few people who could be called friends in the city, and it was necessary, of course, to inform them that she had left. At last the train stopped. The usual fuss began to take things, check that nothing had been forgotten, and come back for what had been forgotten. Then we waited for the bus, and having mixed up a little, almost went in the opposite direction. In short, by the time we finally reached Kabanchiki, Angelica felt tired. But of course she looked at the sides, at what opened her eyes. It was hard to say that it was a village, if we were to be guided by a classical idea of it. Asphalted road, modern buildings, post office, stores. In the distance could be seen the roofs of solid such houses. Robert explained that it was squeezed into the territory of Kabanchiki cottage village, like a cottage, but with a considerable number of such properties in which they live all year round. But soon all this was left aside. The air was fresh and possibly fragrant, filled with the aroma of meadow grasses. The wind carried the freshness of the river and the distant mooing of cows. Angelica suggested taking the cab when they first got off the bus, but Robert said it was ridiculous to walk 5 minutes. But it must have been half an hour, and with the way the luggage was dragging their hands, it seemed like an eternity. They passed all the houses in the village. Angelica felt strange because they did not stare at them, but some of the old men suddenly began to say something to others at their appearance. Angelica suddenly thought about the fact that her grandfather never really told about his past life. That is, about the time before he moved to the city, and it now seemed strange. After all, with Robert, it seems granddaughter about everything in the world could communicate. So why wasn't this period of his life covered? I could not believe that his grandfather had nothing to tell about his youth, but what he told was scraps, as if from the ancient story torn out pieces, erased some of the words and so presented, and unclear to you and curious to the horror of what is there, in fact, what is there. Wow, Grandpa, is that your house? Marveled Angelica. When finally they got out of the village, or rather left the last of its houses a few hundred meters behind them, grandfather and granddaughter stopped in front of a 2-story brick house with a tile, once must have been red, but now lost the richness of color roof. The windows were boarded up. The paint had peeled off on the walls, revealing the brickwork. The girl thought suddenly that the house looked like a huge, lying in hibernation beast. A long period of idleness had made it quite heavy, clumsy, and the fur on its sides had piled up, in some places falling out, exposing the base of the hide. What nonsense comes to mind sometimes. Shaking her head and shrugging her shoulders, Angelica approached the wrought iron fence, covered with some greenery, touched the black bars with her fingers. It seemed that it had been painted at least last year. Otherwise, it would have rusted for so many years. There was a shrill, howling squeak. Grandfather opened the lock on the gate, and now with effort pushed it forward, opening it. "Welcome to our domain," he said importantly to his granddaughter, lifting his hat above his head. Grandfather had always, for as long as Angelica could remember, loved hats, and in summer he always wore light-colored sailcloth hats, which made him, together with his neat beard and mustache, look like an ancient professor. This resemblance, by the way, even did not spoil the habit of grandfather to wear under suits not shirts with ties, and t-shirts from youth stores bright, with bold prints and bold inscriptions. The porch of the house inspired apprehension, but it didn't fail when Angelica climbed it. It was her turn to unlock the doors, and they creaked open with an equally shrill creak. "Oh, what a mess." Robert shook his head. "I'm going to have to work here." "Is there heating?" Angelica asked, suddenly worried about the comfort of her new home. "From the boiler in the basement. I bought a new boiler 3 years ago, but it was idle." The girl only shook her head. It was surprising and strange that the grandfather cared so much about the place where no one lived for many years, in which they did not even go on vacation. True, now it became clear that when grandfather left, as he said, on business, he probably came here to see how the house was. A spacious hallway with a wide staircase going to the second floor created the illusion that the house was much more spacious than it seemed from the outside. Watching her grandfather, Angelica thought that he took such an abrupt departure much more calmly than she did. With a most nonchalant look, armed with the appropriate tools, Robert proceeded to open the windows. Not all of them, of course, he said, but he would first make the rooms they needed habitable, and then do the rest. "Here's the kitchen." Grandpa walked his granddaughter through the house like a master tour guide. "We cook with gas, so tomorrow I'll go to the village shop for a cylinder." "Grandpa, the village shops are over. That's the old name," shyly corrected him Angelica. "Well, to the store. The essence is the same. Everything can be bought." The kitchen slightly frightened Angelica. Gas stoves seemed to her in principle beasts incomprehensible in handling. And the place was so dirty. "Yes, we need to clean well," as if her grandfather read her thoughts. "So that we do not suffer. I'll bring tomorrow a worker from the village will help us. Come on, I'll show you the living room." "Grandpa, it's just like in a museum." Aghast the girl, when from the furniture were pulled down accompanied by rising clouds of dust, which had become white and beige from time, cloth covers. Angelica had noticed even earlier that inside the house looked very old-fashioned. Under the ceilings there was fanciful molding with bunches of grapes and some figures of either people or animals, And now the furniture was found, natural wood, it seems. The girl ran her fingertips over the lacquered surface, sighed, unthinkable, and all this beauty was idle for years. She even felt sorry for the house. It was a strange thought, but Angelica thought that if it was not just a building, but a living being, it would probably be a shame for it to exist alone like this without owners. Is the fireplace real? I asked my grandfather, and he answered with a nod. Then we went to the second floor, where according to Robert there were living rooms, and a couple of guest rooms, and also a study. Well, let's take these, the old man decided, showing his granddaughter the two rooms next to each other. And although he said nothing, it seemed to her that her room had once belonged to a woman. It was indicated by the look of the bed. Its four posts were covered with carvings with floral ornaments, and there was a table with a triple mirror against the wall. The girl wrinkled her nose at the wallpaper, which must have come from the 50s, but in this room on the wall by the bed, it was literally falling off, and it was clumping up alarmingly. But since she was going to live here now, or rather live here for a while, she had to put up with everything. And to get used to it, Angelica decided to put some of her things in the room as soon as possible. Her mother's jewelry box on the table with mirrors, her favorite nightlight on the bedside table. The girl froze. Then she rummaged through her bag once more. The nightlight was gone. No, it was not lost. She left it in the room of the city apartment. Forgot. Oh, dragonfly. Like a little girl, honestly. Sighed grandfather when Angelica shared her sadness with him. But it's not good to sleep with the light. Grandfather, please don't start, Angelica said, almost crying. She herself realized how stupid it is, 18 years old already and afraid of the dark, but she couldn't help herself. I'm not swearing. Robert waved his hands. It's nothing like that. Before, in the old days, even adults were afraid of the dark. It was normal, especially in villages like this one. He added more quietly, and then hugged his granddaughter. Well, keep the phone on at night. Put it on the nightstand. I'll look in the village shop tomorrow. Maybe they have lamps, or you could light a candle. No. Angelica calmed down and even smiled. I don't want a candle. What if there's a fire? And in the old days, how did they live with them, eh? And nothing did not burn everything and everywhere. So then, probably skillfully. That's right, Robert nodded. In the old days, we lived without the internet, but in many ways we were smart, and in some ways we understood more than we do today. Well, now that we've looked around, granddaughter, let's walk back to the village and get something for dinner. I'd order sushi too. Grandpa added in a hooligan tone. But I'm afraid the delivery zone doesn't extend to the Boers. You should get some rest, Grandpa. Angelica hated to be weak. After all, she's so young and Grandpa's old. Why don't I go? You just write down what to buy. Okay, you agree? Before going to the store, still found out that the water supply in the house again has heating from the boiler, and in principle the quality of water is not frightening. So Angelica went shopping almost in a good mood. It was nice and strange at the same time to walk along the empty road, listening to the silence. No, of course, the silence was not absolute, but against the background of the city noise seemed just fantastic. As it turned out, there were several stores in Kapanchiki, but Angelica was lucky to go straight to the largest one, where everything on the list was available, and also, to her delight, nightlights were available. Angelica chose the one in the shape of a bear in linden pink color. The saleswoman behind the counter did not interfere with questions, but still asked if it was true that Robert had returned. They said they saw him, walking towards the manor. Well, Angelica stretched out, not really knowing what to say. We won't be long. To rest? Fine, said the saleswoman and looked at her strangely. Give him a bow from us Sidorops, and tell him the walkers still live here too. And the stones remember. I will, Angelica rounded her eyes. She hadn't expected her grandfather to be such a famous person, but apparently just lived here his peers, and maybe he wrote them letters. Finally, loaded with bags, Angelica went outside. The sun was slipping towards sunset, having changed the gold of light to a soft crimson tone. The girl was suddenly touched by the thought that dusk would soon come. Surely she would make it back before they did. How annoyed she was with her own silly, groundless fears. The road home was winding ahead in a ribbon. Angelica passed a woman with a full basket, by the look of it, of the early mushroom harvest, and the girl made a note in her mind to offer her grandfather to go mushrooming. 4 goats also passed by. The animals kept in a flock and drove them barefooted boy, who paid no attention to the new resident of Cabanchique, too absorbed in the fact that not to let run away his small herd, and in addition still hummed under his nose some song. "Girl, do you need a ride?" The rustle of tires of the car approaching from the back and the voice of the guy who stuck out from the driver's seat took Angelica out of the state of pleasant, almost meditative thoughtfulness. "No, thank you," she replied politely and even smiled, and quickened her step a little. Not that Angelica was afraid, but it was somehow unpleasant when you are alone on the road, the darkness is getting closer, and behind you a car with 4 strange men crawls. "What are you doing?" One of the guys in the back nodded. "Hop in, we'll give you a ride." "Are you afraid?" The driver grinned. "Why so? Are you a city girl?" Angelica shuddered. "Only this is not enough. What to do now?" "Turn around and go back to the village where people are. Drop the heavy bags and run?" "Hey, what's the big deal?" A new participant in the events unfolding in the dwindling twilight approached from the direction of the village, just like the car, but on a bicycle. It was a tall, blonde-haired guy wearing glasses with round, old-fashioned glasses, and Angelica, though the situation did not dispose to the thoughts of outsiders, but thought that he looked something like a student from the old Soviet movies that her grandfather liked to watch. Even dressed similarly, plaid shirt, vest on top, but the jeans and sneakers, of course, are quite a modern detail. "Hi, Alexander," gritted his teeth and averted his eyes the guy who was in the driver's seat of the car. "Nah, just offering a ride." Well, the blonde grinned and slowed down completely, stopped the bike, so that he was exactly between the car and Angelica. "Would you ride?" "Come on." Another guy from the car spoke up. "We didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry." "All right, let's go, guys." And the next moment, the driver hit the gas and the car sped forward, and there, a lot farther on, turned at a fork, now heading somewhere towards the city, like somewhere. "Is everything all right?" The blonde turned to Angelica. "Thank you," she smiled. "Yes, you saved me." "No," he replied. "It's Max and his friends, they're locals. Hooligans, of course, but generally harmless guys. But their company seems to have frightened you." "If only a little. I really recently came here, only today. I came with my grandfather." Completely dared to communicate with a stranger, Angelica, and waved her hand, pointing to their house. "That's where we live." "Oh, so Robert's back," the boy said thoughtfully, and sent Angelica a very strange look. "May I offer the chivalric services of a chaperone? We're kind of safe here in general, but still, I wouldn't want to interfere with your plans," Angelica said in a hurry and blushed embarrassed. "You're not interfering because I'm just out for a walk," the blonde replied. "I'll help with the bags at the same time." He patted the basket on the bike rack with his hand. "Thank you," Angelica agreed, still embarrassed. "If it really doesn't bother you. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves." He held out his hand to her. "Alexander." "Angelica," answered the girl. The handshake was firm, and so they moved forward. They started talking, so about insignificant trifles, but by the time they reached the gate of the house, Angelica for some reason began to feel that she knew Alexander a long time ago. She opened the gate, expecting him to drive forward, but the guy stopped in front of them, unloaded the bags, returning them to the owner. "Maybe," Angelica swallowed nervously. "Would you come in to see us? You know, to say hello to Grandpa and have a cup of tea." "Thanks, but no. I have to go," answered the guy and looked very strange again. "Well, okay," shrugged Angelica. "Bye then. See you later." The guy replied and turned his bike around and rode back. Angelica decided not to tell her grandfather anything, because in fact, nothing particularly important or interesting had happened. They hastily prepared dinner sandwiches, drank tea with cookies, and went to bed. Angelica slept unexpectedly well at the new place. She had a wonderful dream, which was equally frightening and exciting because usually the girl saw something ordinary, a repetition of her everyday life, their routine. But here she was in the village, or rather in the yard of their house. Late autumn was raining on the trees left rare, brown, and dried, disturbing rustling leaves. Angelica stood in the yard, dressed only in a light dress, more suitable for the warm days of the passing summer. She stood and was afraid to turn to the house because she knew inside none of the rooms no lights were on and something was watching her from the windows. Something big and evil. And then behind the gate, which opened by itself, as if under the hand of a ghost, there was a big dog. Black with silver fur, it grinned suddenly, and Angelica realized it was not just a dog. There was something of a wolf in it. The beast was formidable, but the girl knew for sure he would not offend. And then what was in the house? A dirty fog crept onto the porch, and the sky darkened sharply, twitched with storm clouds, and the air smelled her proximity. But the wind also dryly drove the leaves, did not spill a drop. Angelica took a step forward, another, snapped at a run in terror, realizing that what is in the house is already reaching for her, is about to grab. She fell, pain hit her knees. She stretched her hands forward in despair, and her fingers sank into the thick, warm fur, and her gaze met the yellow eyes of the dog, in the depths of which smoldered red coals. The beast radiated strength, aggression, and hunger, but it did not want to hurt her. Angelica somehow knew that he wanted to save her, except he couldn't. Please, it was the kind of dream where you scream, tearing your voice, but barely a whisper comes out. Let me in, the wolf answered, his voice somehow sounding like the roar of a beast, and a young man on a bicycle at the same time, rang out right at the girl's head. I can't, said the wolf. First you have to invite me in. Angelica had already opened her mouth to say the cherished words, but then the fog caught up with her. It touched her ankles and yanked her back, and her stepfather's nasty voice sounded behind her. There you are, my girl. Angelica woke up, jumping up in bed and gasping for breath. Outside the window was a clear, golden dawn. The house became noticeably cooler. Probably it was worth adding heating. Pulling her knees to herself and wrapping her arms around them, the girl squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head, as if finally shaking off the dream. What a dream. In the morning, grandfather announced that he was going shopping, and also for an assistant. No need, Angelica said. I can do it myself. You think, Dragonfly? You're a hard-working bee and you know how to do everything, but there are a lot of worries here. Nothing, the girl answered cheerfully. There will be something to do. Will you be back quickly? Maybe we can go to the woods later for mushrooms. That's a good idea, smiled the grandfather. We'll do that. By the time he returned, Angelica, of course, had not managed to do everything, but still the most necessary rooms were cleaner. We went to the forest. It was fun, especially when the grandfather began to strictly correct his granddaughter's clothes, as it should be, to ensure that no gnats or ticks did not bite. Angelica had a very vague idea of the mushroom variety in the wilderness, and so grandfather's detailed story about what you can eat here and what not, accompanied by all sorts of simply curious facts, came just right. Grandpa also told a little about the locals, and Angelica decided to open up about what happened yesterday. I don't know Alexander at all. Robert shook his head. But I think we should invite him to tea, if only as a courtesy. Tell him if you see me insisting. We walked in the forest until late afternoon, and there we had another snack of sandwiches and coffee from a thermos. They unanimously decided to have dinner with mushrooms and fried them with potatoes. Angelica's grandfather didn't let her do it. He said that there are dishes that he, doesn't trust anyone. At dinner, we did not utter a word too tasty. Everything was too delicious, impossible to distract. But then, when grandfather, again without any help, brewed a fragrant tea, it was time to talk. Robert told his granddaughter that they had come, of course, to rest. But it was also time to seriously deal with his life. I think it's time for you to learn something about our family and why your mother has been alone for so long. Perhaps I should have told you about it sooner, but I once made a vow to Celine not to tell you anything, but I think that was a mistake. I'll be honest, granddaughter, I feel like I'm betraying my daughter's memory, but I can't keep quiet. There are things you can let go of, but you must know, and we'll start from afar. It turned out that the ancestors of Angelica's family on her mother's side were scientists, at least in 4 generations, and all of them attracted not exact sciences, but history, literature, folklore. Therefore, in many ways they were happy to take in the family of Angelica's grandfather, because he did the same thing. Angelica's great-grandmother on her mother's side was, as it became fashionable to say in the modern world psychic, and it brought her fame, but not particularly good. But personal happiness was not. In the end, this intelligent and talented woman, as Robert said, went crazy. Your mother was under the impression that this was not the first woman in your family named who, shall we say, had peculiarities of consciousness. Your aunt. Well, what's an aunt? My grandmother's next of kin, let's call her that, was sleepwalking. My wife, that is, your grandmother, she was afraid of water since childhood, and you know what fortune tellers told her? That she had drowned in a previous life. And she so believed that, so sorry for the details, but even the bath refused to take, and our vacation, if we went to the sea, turned into an unbelievable thing. She wouldn't even wet her feet. Grandfather, cautiously, fearfully even asked Angelica, "Do you think I'm afraid of the dark because I'm going crazy?" "No, well, what do you mean?" The old man was indignant. "It's just that you're an impressionable person, but I'm afraid some inclinations in women of our kind still have. Only, Angelica, here, I beg you, do not think that you go crazy. Rather, I repeat, you are extremely impressionable nature, and you in life contraindicated strong emotional shocks. And also, by the way, if you believe what went among the women of our family, you may have the gift of a psychic, a seer. I wouldn't want that." Angelica shrugged shakily, though the room was very warm. "What happened to Mom?" "And with her, dear, what happened is this. And again, I'm sorry that you have to learn all this. Your mom fell in love with a man when she graduated. It was clearly a hopeless case, but she decided that he was a man destined by fate. I was ill with something like asthma at that time, and since I had the opportunity, I decided to move to the countryside to improve my health. At the same time, I began to teach the locals here. That is, there was a school here, everything. But I gave lessons, was, let's say, a tutor in history. I liked to collect local folklore. I'd even thought at one time to find treasure, according to legends buried here somewhere. And you can imagine, we found it, a pot with ancient coins. As I remember now, the reward was divided among everyone honestly. Oh, we had a week's walk then. Anyway, we came here. Selena was very sad that she left her beloved. But here's how it turned out. He was married and his wife was pregnant. So Selena decided to do the old-fashioned love spell, and she chose Aleftina as her assistant. We had such an old woman here, a mean one. She persuaded Selena to go to the forest at night, to the swamp, and there to do something dark. In general, when we returned to the city, the man himself began to run after Selena. I was worried about my daughter. Why did he change his mind about his love? And it turned out that he had a misfortune in the family wife, lost a baby, and doctors said that they will not have any more children. So he was probably looking for her replacement. Only the temper they had with Selena were not alike at all, and he began to swear at her often, offended. And then it turned out that he has another friend and here she is pregnant. Apparently, he was still when with his wife everything was fine, had an affair on the side. In general, he left my Selena. Oh, how many tears she shed for him. I thought that here, the next summer when we came here, then rest, fresh air will heal her. But I was wrong. Selena got it into her head that it was because of her sorcery that her wife lost her beloved child. I told her that this nonsense is rare, but she did not listen and kept saying that she would be punished for this. Karma would catch up with her. The time was not easy then, granddaughter. Not the heart of the 90s, of course, but in some places they were still on their feet. Bandits. Anyway, cottages were already being built in Kabankiki. Those who were richer were vacationing. And it so happened that my Selena started to go to the forest. The same Aleftina advised her, of course, not for free. Some rituals to remove the consequences of the spell. And one day Selena ran into bandits in the woods. They were having some kind of showdown. In general, it was a bad business, but it so happened that the leader liked her. He said he'd let her go as anyway, she had to lie down with him so he could pretend she wasn't there, so that he'd quiet his men who were afraid she'd tell someone what she'd seen. Here, she went to this man for several days. More precisely, she ran away in the evenings and came back in the morning. She revealed herself to me when they were already back in town, and it became clear that she was expecting a child. That's how, granddaughter, you appeared. Angelica listened, and it seemed to her that grandfather, of course, about another person. because, well, it could not all relate to her favorite mother, to herself. But the realization that it was true and it was all about her, her family, still came over her. Robert paused and then, reading from his granddaughter's look that she understood everything, continued. He tried to find that man, but it turned out that the leader had run away. Someone had gotten into a fight, and he had to flee. And Celine told him not to look, not to anger. Angelica was tormented by ambivalent feelings that night. On the one hand, she realized how important it was to understand what was happening to her mother. But on the other hand, now she knew for sure that her life would never be the same again. And it seemed that now there was something in her that confused everything even more, pushing her somewhere forward, into the darkness. The next day, grandfather said that he would be very busy. He had to call his friends in the city, who promised to find a good realtor, and also to send some documents on the apartment to slowly start a big deal to sell it. Not now, of course, but later, when the inheritance will all work out. But we have to start now. And what should I do? Angelica sighed. Oh, dragonfly. Really like a little. Well, think of a case. There you can continue to clean the house, you can cook dinner. Robert curled his fingers, enumerating, but then, seeing the upset face of his granddaughter, decided to give another idea. Better yet, go to the library. It's a good one here. Here, now I'll write you a list of books to look at there. I'm thinking of writing a book on local folklore. So you, look and bring these. Such a case could not be called particularly exciting. But firstly, Angelica, it seemed much more interesting than sitting at home. And secondly, the girl mentally again scolded herself for the fact that even ranted. And so she decided to bring what her grandfather needed. And as soon as he came back, to do, in fact, lunch. The library turned out to be exactly as Angelica had expected, small but very cozy. The smell of books was joined by the scent of fresh wood, recently renovated. When she had finished with the formalities of signing in as a new reader, Angelica wandered among the shelves, stopping occasionally to take down a book, open it, and then put it back. She didn't feel like reading at all, so she decided to just quickly pick up whatever her grandfather had told her to bring. Ouch, said the girl when she pulled one of the books, but it did not yield. Then she pulled harder and the volume slipped off the shelf, and behind it was found a man, so it happened by chance that at the same time they wanted to take the same copy. Hello, said Angelica and smiled, because the other visitor in the empty library at that hour was Alexander. It seems that we have already changed to the first name, he smiled. Yes, Artie, I'm sorry. The girl was completely confused and hastily handed him a book. Take it. I think you were the first to take it. It's okay, he refused. I was just looking for something to read on local legends, and you seem to be collecting a list, he nodded, his eyes pointing at the sheet clutched in Angelica's hand. My grandfather sent me. And what do you need it for? For myself, for the book. Are you a historian too? Angelica was surprised. No, I'm a writer, and I'm working on something. I decided not to waste time while I'm resting here. Maybe. Can you recommend some literature? I'm looking for a werewolf book. That's for Grandpa. Angelica answered immediately. I don't read that kind of stuff. I don't like horror stories. Oh, you're missing a lot. Alexander winked. It is natural in human nature to strive for safe fear, and that's what we experience when we read appropriate literature or watch movies. No, confidently continued to refuse Angelica. I somehow and in life, she awkwardly coughed. By the way, and maybe, really, on Tito has come over. Maybe, the guy seemed to answer simply, but there was something infinitely stubborn in his voice, as if he was never going to come to visit. But he did come. That same day, he showed up at 7 o'clock in the evening with a bouquet of flowers and a cake. Oh, this is unnecessary, Angelica said embarrassedly, taking the bouquet. Oh, what do you think? Alexander jokingly replied, going into the house. I brought the cake just in case. What if you are a terrible cook? Winked at the girl. Angelica almost choked with indignation, but then, appreciating the impertinent joke, grinned. I do serve a birch bark pie to harmful guests, but such pretty blondes can count on something better. Grandpa greeted the guests friendly, but without any jokes. They sat down to drink tea and the conversation began. It turned out that Alexander came to Cabanchichi to rest from the bustle of the city and at the same time in such favorable, inspiring conditions to work on some of his literary projects. He was 24 years old. He had recently graduated from the Faculty of Philology and was going to devote his life to literature, not only as a writer, but also as an editor, and the guy planned to work in a publishing house. Alexander generously told about himself, except for his family. He got off with general phrases about the fact that his father and mother are no longer in the world, and naturally, after this, neither Angelica nor Robert did not begin to ask about anything else. And then, somehow so imperceptibly, it turned out that Alexander and Angelica began to see each other more and more often. They were, in fact, meetings of friends. It turned out that Alexander knew only a little less about the local area than Grandpa Robert. Alexander showed Angelica an amazingly beautiful forest lake, and although now it was completely out of season, but from his words she easily and vividly imagined how in early summer it is covered with lily flowers. The guy invited her to go down into a small cave. Even more likely it was a grotto, but Angelica flatly refused and panicked, and he also did not hide the fact that she tries not to go out after sunset. And one day he asked her directly, "Are you afraid of the dark? Why do you say that?" Angelica answered as if indifferently, but her heart froze, because it seemed to her just nightmarish if the guy she had already begun to like so much and with whom she spent more time than with any man she had ever known before, found out about such a stupid, just shameful fear of her. It was just a thought. Angelica snorted indignantly and hurried to change the subject. But gradually their meetings began to take on a slightly different character than it could be with friends. Alexander began to look for opportunities to touch her more often. Angelica, without understanding why, but avoided it, somehow shrunk into a lump ball. And once when he saw her off and parted already on the porch of her house, Alexander reached for her face, fingertips outlined her cheekbone and went down to her chin. He said nothing, but came closer. "No," the girl exclaimed and turned away abruptly. Her head was pulled into her shoulders, her palms pressed into the shoulders, pushing away. Angelica did not know that in those moments Alexander managed to read in her eyes fear mixed with disgust, and he realized that these feelings did not apply to him, and he wanted to tear to shreds the one who dared to hurt the one who became indifferent to him. Alexander swore to himself that he would not hesitate to find out who Angelica had met before, and then he would find out who treated her unworthily. But right now he pretended that everything was fine, and simply, as if nothing had happened to say goodbye, left. One day the girl came home from the store and, sorting out her purchases, began to recount to her grandfather the conversation she had with the saleswoman. It was an ordinary, in fact, meaningless chatter, until Angelica mentioned that according to the sales clerk, Alexander really liked to vacation here. Just a few years ago came with his father Billy. What? Grandpa asked the question so sharply and in such a tone that Angelica jumped and almost dropped the carton of eggs, which she was going to put in the refrigerator. "Well, I told you that Alexander is here with his father." "Say his last name again. You said Billy." "Yes," nodded the girl, not understanding at all what the matter was. "You mustn't see him again," Robert said and sat down on a chair, putting his hand to his chest. He was having trouble breathing. "Oh, that's it. The creature." "Grandfather." Angelica was frightened on several occasions at once, both that her grandfather was ill and that he had reacted in such a way to the mere mention of Father Alexander's name. "Are you sick, doctor?" "No, granddaughter." The old man wrinkled his nose. "Everything is fine. No need for a doctor. I'm not quite decrepit yet. And as for that young man, you mustn't see him again, do you hear?" "But..." Angelique blinked a lot. "Why?" Robert looked at his granddaughter carefully. He shook his head. "Sweetheart, just trust me. It's better this way." "But we have," began Angelica suddenly. "We are with him. He called me. On a date." "What?" Grandpa started to get up, but then he sat back down. "That's it. No, it's impossible." "But why? Did he do something wrong? Why are you forbidding me like a little girl? I'm an adult and I can do what I want." "No, as long as I'm alive, you can't see him. Barry's son can't be a good man." "So this is about his father." Angelica finally figured it out. Did you two know each other? Robert got up at last. He came closer and put his trembling hands on Angelica's shoulders. Yes, granddaughter, Billy. That was the name of the man who, that's your father. Billy is the thug who crippled your mom's life. Alexander is his son, which means he's your brother. Angelique felt like the air in the room had run out. It had just been there and then it was gone. Instead of it spilled flames. And it now hit her chest with a heavy wave, making her gasp, look around panic-stricken. The girl waited in panic when she would lose consciousness, fall awkwardly on the floor. Yes, she would fall and hit, but for some reason it was not happening. What was said simply could not be reality, no. That her Alexander, that man who could so easily make her laugh, whose innocent touch awakened a storm of feelings, he turned out to be her brother? That's impossible. It's wrong. It shouldn't have happened like this. The evening and night, in which Angelica barely closed her eyes on the verge of dawn, seemed to her an agonizing eternity. Again and again she asked her grandfather how could it be? Could it be a different Billy? But he answered that no, it was. After all, this man, who was mentioned in the store conversation, many people remembered here until now, he heard the whole neighborhood in fear. Angelica did not know what to think. She suddenly remembered how Alexander had scared those guys in the car away from her. They so backed off. Can it be that appearance and impressions all turned out to be deceptive? That his father raised Alexander to be a copy of himself, and he's just as much of a monster? And also Angelica could not understand. Did Alexander himself know about it? Did Alexander know that his father was a bandit? And although her grandfather ordered and practically begged her not to see him anymore, Angelica decided to do her own thing. And the next day, she went to the place where they agreed to meet outside the village, near the forest edge, where the field began, from which the ride had recently been taken off. Seeing Alexander approaching, the girl got up from the stump where she had been sitting before and clasped her hands. "Hi," said the guy and frowned, noticing her face with such an expression, which mixed fear, disgust, and hope. He had never seen her before. Angelica decided to deal with it quickly. "I was told your father's name was Billy. Is that true?" He was a gangster, wasn't he?" Alexander was taken aback. He hadn't expected this conversation. Or rather, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon and in such an uncomfortable way when he wasn't the one setting the tone. Yes, Billy was doing business, not quite legally. He'd been punished for it, and then went back to business without a mistake. Mistakes. Angelica gasped and took a step back. "So you call the dirt and blood on his hands mistakes?" "Angelica, calm down. I didn't put it that way. I only meant to say that at the end at the end. I'm more interested in how it all started. Your father," the girl sobbed. My mom." Alexander closed his eyes for a moment and then, opening them, looked, as it seemed to Angelica, into her heart. "I know. Angelica, listen, I have so much to tell you. There's a lot you don't know. And so you do know?" She exhaled. "Do you know that you are my brother?" said the girl in a colorless voice. "You are my brother. You knew that too, man. You asked me out. You almost kissed me then. How could you? How could you?" Angelica felt nauseous. A suffocating, viscous lump of it seemed to flood her entire being. And it was a feeling she knew well. She had experienced it when her stepfather had attacked her. "Grandfather was right," the girl sobbed. "Angelica, I'll explain everything. I don't." The boy started, but Angelica, having shrieked briefly, didn't let him finish and slapped her cheek with the palm of her hand. Angelica had never hit anyone before, and it became so hard. It seemed that inside now breaks off, burns out something infinitely valuable, which will never come back. "I hate you. I hate you. Don't you dare come near me." Choking on her tears, Angelica retreated. "Never. Do you hear me? Never." And she ran. The wind blew in her face. The weather began to deteriorate, and from the horizon floated rapidly, carried fluffy monstrous thunderclouds. Alexander did not rush after her. He stayed where he was. He just didn't know. He didn't know how to say that she just didn't know the whole truth, and that they could be together. There's no obstacle to that. She just didn't want to hear about it. He was also distracted by a phone call. It was a call from a man whom Alexander had instructed to solve an important issue, and from the first words, as he answered it, it became clear that everything was much worse than he thought. Already approaching the house, Angelica began to suffer a bad feeling. The girl froze when she saw a white ambulance in the yard, and then rushed forward, as far as breath and strength after running from heartless, disgusting betrayal. "Grandfather? Grandpa!" screamed the girl, rushing toward the stretcher that was being loaded into the car. "What happened?" "Are you his granddaughter, Angelica?" asked the doctor, who caught her carefully. "He called for you." "It's okay. He's alive." "A heart attack. He needs to be hospitalized. You can come with us." The young doctor spoke quickly and clearly, keeping eye contact with the distraught girl. Yes, Angelica nodded. Of course he wanted to come, and so scared for dear beloved grandfather that all other problems, his own broken heart, all receded into the background. In the end, after the grandfather was in the ward of the hospital of the district center under the careful supervision of doctors, Angelica had to go back, with great difficulty, but the doctors managed to persuade her that spending the night in the hospital is not the best idea. Besides, the patient needed to bring some necessary personal belongings from home. And only when she went outside, Angelica realized that she had neither money nor even a cell phone with her. And meanwhile, it was getting darker and darker. Wow, what people! A car with guys from the village slowed down near her. "It's cold to look at you," smirked the one who sat in the driver's seat. Angelica was surprised to realize that it was really cold, and she was wearing a light dress, which she had chosen in the morning, when the weather was still wonderful and warm in summer. "Are you waiting for the streetcar?" the guy in the back seat asked snidely, but immediately received a poke in the side from his buddy. "Stop laughing. Can't you see something's wrong with her?" He leaned out the window. "What's wrong?" Angelica did not like to cry in front of strangers, but here she burst into tears and said that her grandfather became ill, and she did not know how to return home. "So get in, we'll give you a ride." The driver waved an inviting hand. "Well, if you're not afraid, like last time, we're honest. We're not evil people." Angelica nodded. She thought that she had made a mistake once before. She thought that Alexander was a good guy. She had fallen for how nice he was, and it turned out. So now she opened the door without fear and climbed into the back seat. The two guys had to squeeze in. On the way, they exchanged a few phrases. The guys introduced themselves as Max, the driver Mickey, the one who had asked about the streetcar, Harvey, and Steve. And then one of them mentioned Alexander in the conversation. Angelica asked that this was a man she didn't want to talk about at all. "Did they have a fight? I thought you two were like that, dating." Harvey said, "Well, it's common knowledge in the village." "No, it's nothing like that." Angelica burst into flames. "He's not at all what I thought he was. He's a terrible man." "Is that Alexander?" Max marveled sincerely. "Well, you women honestly do not understand. You want bad guys. You don't like who would refuse it." When Barry got out of crime, he became a businessman. He made a lot of money, and then he died, just like his friend in the accident. It's mystical. And then there was a lot of noise that Barry gave everything to this kid in his will. He was a regular guy, but now he's a millionaire. Obviously, everyone was wondering why, so they started talking. Barry lived his whole life alone. He had women, but only for a while. He changed them like foreign cars. I guess he realized later that he hadn't had time to have children. Mickey joined in the story again. They started saying Alexander was Barry's son. Blood. Well, as if he'd had an affair with his friend's wife once, and then, in order not to ruin the family, kept everything secret. So it turned out that somehow everyone here decided that Alexander was the heir of that bandit, and that was it. Well, at first, we also thought that hair came, we would all go under bandits again. But then we talked to him, and it became clear that Alexander is not engaged in any such business. He is as pure as snow. And what they say, well, what difference does it make? Whether he's Barry's son or not? Barry's like a second father to him. He helped him get back on his feet. "Oh, we've had a good talk," Steve said, nodding toward the road, where the village loomed ahead. "Well, we got you there." "Well, you..." Angelica got out of the car as if in a trance. and her head did not fit all that she heard now. In general, we told you everything as it is, summarized Max. Bye, and the car drove off. Angelica walked through the yard to the house. The meager, milky white moonlight was chasing dry autumn leaves. Some twigs crunched under her feet, and the girl distantly thought about the fact that the garden was in such disrepair. It would be necessary to put everything in order. Angelica did not allow herself to think that something terrible could happen to her grandfather. Grandpa Robert is a tough guy. He'll be fine. He'll live to be 100. Forcing herself to smile, Angelica walked up the porch and stopped in front of the door. I think she locked it when she left in a hurry in the ambulance. If such a return to the house with unlocked doors had happened to her before, she would have been terrified. But the past events had thrown her into a strange state of mind, and she acted as if she were acting machine-like, without thinking. And only when the door closed and the hallway was plunged into darkness, Angelica woke up, shrieked quietly, and tapped her hand on the wall in search of a switch. Where is it? Where? I found it. Something rustled, and Angelica did not immediately realize that it was the wind howling outside the windows. And until the light flashed brightly in the hallway, Angelica stood there and her gaze hysterically darted around the corners, the floor. Fear, that almost childish hidden, spread its paws, crawled out inexorably, but it was chased away by the light. The girl even began to laugh right about her grandfather said. Well, what nonsense. There's nothing like that in the dark. Angelica in general lately began to think that she was not afraid of anything. She was less afraid of the dark. And the memories of her stepfather and his ugly hands faded. Everything was getting better until she learned the truth about Alexander. Angelica shook her head. What on earth was that supposed to mean? He might not be her brother, but what does that change? Does it change everything? Or should she not be foolishly naive? Because how could a man like Barry have good friends? Could a normal young man who agreed to live and build his life, in fact, under the patronage of this monster? Angelica shook her head though. She was thinking about the wrong thing. After all, right now she had other things to do. To collect the things that her grandfather would need at the hospital. Also to inform his friends what happened. Plus, of course, to prepare a home-cooked meal. These were all things Angelica decided to do early in the morning. The girl smiled, imagining how she would surprise her grandfather with his favorite zucchini pancakes. Only it is necessary not to fry them, and it is better to bake them in the oven. She went to her room and set her alarm clock for 7 in the morning. Then she took a shower and changed into her favorite warm pajamas. The girl reached for the bedside table to turn on the night light. She had already resigned herself to the fact that she would probably sleep with at least some light on for the rest of her life. But her hand found only a void. Angelica frowned and dropped it on the floor. She looked around, behind the nightstand and under the bed. The nightlight was nowhere to be found, but she definitely remembered it being here. Grandpa would never move her things without asking, and why would he? Suddenly the light in the room went out. Angelica gasped and hurriedly grabbed the phone. Hurry! The bright light of the tiny flashlight built into it cut through the darkness. She stepped out into the hallway. There didn't seem to be any light anywhere. None of the switches had tripped. Angelica sighed. This was such a thunderstorm. She felt uncomfortable. Would she really have to spend the night like this, leaving her phone on until morning? She glanced at the battery image and just clutched her head, ran her fingers through her hair and squeezed it nervously. There was only one division left in green. The phone was practically dead, and since there was no electricity, that meant it was about to go out. But before panic set in, she remembered that in the kitchen, in the sick closet, the most ordinary candles and matches should be kept, which meant everything would be fine. She would be left in total darkness. It was only a short walk to the kitchen, and in order not to be so frightened, because the darkness was too much around, Angelica quietly began to hum a song. A beautiful voice, my little one. The girl stopped as if she had hit a wall. Her body stiffened. No, not with fear. It was a different feeling. Hard, all-encompassing, paralyzing. She breathed often. Did you miss your daddy? Angelica glanced away, then found the strength to turn around. Her stepfather stood about 4 feet away from her on the threshold of the next room, the living room, lit sparingly by the moon. which had finally emerged as a gray disk through the gaps in the rain clouds. What? How? The words stuck in my throat, my tongue refusing to utter them. Did you think your old man would save you? My stepfather smirked, or rather grinned. Not hiding the pleasure, but not delaying it, he told his stepdaughter how it was. How he came to his senses in the morning, beaten, humiliated. For a few days it was all the same, where the little trash and the old man disappeared. But then different thoughts began to come, and then a man contacted him, called the lawyer who represents Robert's interests. He said that Robert intends to sell the apartment. And I thought, continued the stepfather, what does that mean? Me, the breadwinner of the family on the street. All, Angelica grew up, big became, and that's it. Do not need a man in the house. Think she will live on her own. She's so big. Well, what are your eyes bulging? Stepfather stepped forward. You grandfather, began Angelica, but he interrupted. You're a fool, Angelica. No, it was different. I've been here a long time. I've been looking after you. Well, it's a nice house. Expensive, I suppose. And you were so poor. Well, we'll fix everything, he muttered quietly, thinking something over, and smiled at her again in a nasty way. He looked at her from top to bottom, as if he were groping her. You're hiding in your pajamas like a sack. You should put on a nightgown, or even better, stockings. Angelica shook. She shook her head. No, she whispered, feeling tears forming in her eyes. I was just thinking, the stepfather continued, and took another step. How fortunate it all turned out. The old man's gone. You and I, sweetie, alone. It's a long night. We'll have time to talk, and you'll have time then to sign over your share of the apartment. It was only here that Angelique realized her mistake. She should have run to the street and then to the village. Of course, there, on the road, there would be nowhere to hide. But what prevents his stepfather now go looking for him? And the girl also thought that now it was time to call for help, but the phone suddenly went out of battery. Whimpering, Angelica shook it as if that would revive the battery. In this room, there was also a little light coming through the window. Angelica could see the table, a large armchair with a carved back. This was where Grandpa wanted to make an office, and suddenly her eyes caught on the bag, her grandfather's second travel bag, which had disturbed her on the train. It took Angelica only a few moments to remember what was stored there and how it could help her. Meanwhile, behind the door, somewhere in the corridor, John's drunken shouts and the sounds of doors opening were heard. He was checking the rooms, looking for her. And there was no doubt that sooner or later, and most likely not too late, he would reach this one. Could there be another way out? Angelica ran to the window, opened it, but second floor. She was just afraid to jump down. There weren't even any bushes that could theoretically cushion the fall, only the stonework in this part of the courtyard. Angelica cried again. Freedom is so close and she can't get it. Meanwhile, judging by the sounds, her stepfather had busied himself with checking the room across the hall. Trying not to make any noise now, Angelica grabbed the bag. She opened it, opened the box. Naturally, it was impossible to handle such a tool as this trap silently. The girl had time to curse herself. Well, where would she get the strength and in general, how to handle this thing? The trap had no teeth, and so Angelica could act more boldly, sharper, without fear of injury. Finally, it opened with a rattle. How she did it and did not realize it herself, just worked with her hands, turning off her head. In the next moment, the trap was on the floor near the door, and Angelica herself snuck away, lurking behind the closet, just in time. The door slowly opened. Where are you, little girl? You know, I don't like hiding. Come out yourself, or it'll be worse. The last word turned into a shrill cry of pain as John's foot caught in the trap. He just didn't see it, because when he entered the room, he was shining the flashlight in front of him, not down below. Angelica lunged straight at her stepfather, dodged, but felt his fingers trying to grab her leg. Shit. John sent a couple more curses after her. The first wave of pain was gone, and his body had little sense of reality after the drink. The man realized that his leg didn't seem to be broken. John dug his hands into the brackets and pulled them apart. How did the damn thing open? How did it get in here in the first place? And how did Angelica, the weak, fearful Angelica, know how to do it? How dare she? After vividly imagining what he'd do to her when he got there, John finally managed to free the limb. He groaned through clenched teeth as he stood up and decided he would never let the girl live for this. Angelica ran through the dark house, and for the first time this darkness did not frighten her. Now all the horror, all the fears, all the nightmare that could only exist for her in the universe embodied in her stepfather. The girl was descending the stairs, had already put her foot down on the last bottom step, when suddenly the foot in the slipper awkwardly led sideways. Shrieking, Angelica fell down, bumping her elbow painfully. Gasping for breath, she got up and ran into something. Strong arms embraced her, lifting her above the floor. The girl screamed, struggling to break free. "Angelica, it's okay. Angelica, it's me." The familiar voice had a better effect in an instant than if the light had suddenly turned on. The light, by the way, was coming from the street through the open door, and it was coming from the flashlight dropped on the floor by the one who was holding her. Angelica stared at Alexander's face, opening her mouth helplessly. For some reason she couldn't speak. Finally, she squeezed out hoarsely. "Your stepfather." Alexander nodded, then bent down, picked up the flashlight, and holding Angelica under his arm, led her to the door. "Come on, I've already called for help." But she couldn't take a step. Her ankle was pierced by pain. Alexander picked her up in his arms and carried her out of the house. His car was just outside the yard gate. "What? How did you?" Angelica clung to him, clung desperately as he set her on the ground, and then, opening the door to the front passenger seat, helped her into the car. "I'll tell you later," he replied sternly. "Stay here." "Where are you going?" "No." Angelica was horrified when she realized that Alexander was walking back to the house. "It's all right," he turned to her. "But he mustn't go. He can't get away with this." "A trap," Angelica said hurriedly, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. "I said a trap." "What?" the boy asked in surprise. "Where did you? Are there traps in the house?" "One. Grandfather's. I put it in the room he came in and he got caught with his foot." "What have I done?" Alexander came back, leaned toward her. His palms rested on the girl's face, forcing her to raise her head and look into his eyes. "Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Just be here." Much later, returning in memories to the events of that night and the next day, Angelica wondered how all of them, starting from the moment when Alexander took her out of the house in his arms, were put together in one brief segment, as if cutting fragments from a movie in which she, by the will of an evil fate, was destined to play the main role. The stepfather was too drunk and clumsy. He ran into Alexander at the top of the stairs, but he almost fell down, and the guy easily managed to pull him to the floor and tie the villain's hands with his own belt from his pants. And then came the help. It turned out that Robert's grandfather in the village was a lot of old acquaintances. Someone visited him in the hospital, and of course, because of the visitors was nothing to think about, even a little time to keep what happened in secret. Angelica only tried to soften the whole picture, to disturb her grandfather less. But to her amazement, he only said that she was a good girl, and on the part in which the trap was involved, and laughed at all, and so that the nurse looked in to find out what happened. "Nothing," he said, wiping the tears from his eyes. "Here, I had a memorabilia with a history, a trap antique. They said they used to catch werewolves with it. Well, such a legend, but here's how it turned out. Also, a kind of werewolf. My granddaughter caught a creature that pretended to be a man, and our family's soul entered. Oh, what a story. It turns out I've kept this junk all these years for a reason." John was furious that his plan had failed. He did not hesitate in expressions in everyone he saw, talking about how he hates stepdaughter, what a bad girl she is. Finally, it became clear that he had a problem with his head. John would suddenly start sobbing and say that it was him. He was the victim. Because while he was sitting there in the darkness of the house, while he was walking through it wounded, he had suffered all sorts of things. He swore on his life that Alexander, who had grabbed him, had eyes that burned with fire and claws on his hands, that he smelled of wet dog and had fangs in his mouth that glistened in the moonlight. He was also afraid now, hysterical if he was in the dark. John had been declared insane. "You won't see him again," Alexander said, and hugged Angelica gently and tenderly, so tightly that it was easy to feel the desire to shelter his beloved from the world. He told her that some time ago he had become aware that his stepfather was looking for Angelica. Alexander learned that John had come to the village, and while the stepfather was watching the girl, he himself was being watched. Alexander wanted to wait a moment and have a serious talk with this man, threaten him, but here it turned out he missed it. At some point, he got word that John had gone somewhere. At first, he thought that John had left the village, but when he realized where he had gone, he barely managed to save Angelica. And almost immediately, the day after the rescue, Alexander clarified the most important thing. He said he was not related to Barry by blood. He'd had doubts about that, even when the family friend had called him over. He told Billy himself honestly about it, admitted that the rumors had raised doubts. And to dispel them, he suggested a paternity test. And it turned out that the rumors were just rumors. And Alexander also told that in confidential conversations, his patron expressed regrets that much in his life has done wrong, a lot of evil. Robert, after Alexander saved Angelica, changed his opinion of him and added that during his illness, he had plenty of time to think about everything. "I was wrong," Robert said firmly. "Just because Barry was his family doesn't say that Alexander himself is bad. After all, John was in our family. There are different things after all." Alexander objected suddenly. "I took him in willingly, and you and your granddaughter were forced to live like this. But I'm grateful that you're giving me a chance. I just see how you have changed Angelica," Robert grinned. "She has blossomed with you. Anyway, since there is no other elder relative, I personally give the go-ahead for your marriage." "Grandfather," Angelica exclaimed. "We do not." "You beat me to it," Alexander smiled. "I was going to propose to Angelica, but apparently now there will be no surprise. But the essence won't change, will it?" With these words, Alexander knelt down on the floor and took out a scarlet velvet box from his pocket and opened it in front of Angelica. "I am not good at long, beautiful speeches, probably because I'm more used to writing books. I just want to say that I love you. I guess that's what they call love at first sight. I want us to be together forever, and I'm willing to do anything for that." Angelica listened, and it seemed to her that all this was not happening to her. And at the same time, they did not doubt the truthfulness of Alexander's words. "I agree," the girl answered quietly, and the next moment on her finger was a ring with a large, transparent and shining, like a dewdrop, diamond. In addition to Robert's grandfather, there were other patients in the room, and they, who had been quiet, but had been watching with great interest, suddenly began to say congratulations, and some of them even clapped their hands. A nurse, now displeased with the double, looked in again, but when she heard the cause of the commotion, she could not remain indifferent to it. After Robert recovered, of course, they talked about the future. If earlier grandfather was going to sell the apartment in order to make his granddaughter a single room and to buy a room for his old age, probably with the same lonely old people, now there was no need for this. Alexander was sufficiently provided for Robert to keep his home. But that was not all. Angelica's future husband insisted that the house in Kabankiki should be put in the best possible condition, providing it with the best modern renovations, but necessarily one in which the house could retain its unique original style. Grandfather was right. Alexander's society continued to influence Angelique in the best possible way, and by the time they were married, she had rid herself of the heavy burden of past memories. The night after the wedding, when it was time for bed, Alexander smiled at his young wife and asked if she should leave the light on for the night. "No," replied Angelica with a smile. "Now I am no longer afraid of the dark, because I have you." Soon after the wedding, the girl realized her dream of entering the same faculty that her grandfather had once studied. Robert said that of course he would definitely help her with her studies. And Alexander published his book, a collection of legends about werewolves. And although his wife still didn't like the scary books and movies her husband sometimes entertained herself with, she read his book and said it was terribly interesting.
Opening the door at the knock, the widower was stunned to see a nun with twins. He had not expected such a surprise. P4. Christian walked slowly to the bus stop. It was Thursday and he still had 2 days left to work. when he would gladly say goodbye to his factory to spend the weekend without it. For years now, the man had worked at the trailer plant as the former saint. Louis Plant was called. It had once rattled the country. They made good quality truck trailers, so those who knew how to use them bought them, both for their business and for their personal use. But like everywhere else, times have changed, and the former large factory was emptied. Not that it was completely closed, but many shops were rented by furniture factories and plastic window manufacturers. In general, the big for the city production was closed. The state administration was trying to keep it going, but it barely had a glimmer of life in it. That's why Christian stayed there. He used to have a pretty good job by those standards. He even managed to work as chief engineer for a while. But the plant quickly began to decline, and the chief engineer began to lose its relevance. The man returned to his former post and worked for a few more years as an engineer. But the decline could not be prevented. Therefore, Christian was forced to combine in one person an engineer, a fitter, and a mechanic. For so many years, the man became so accustomed to his factory that he agreed to such conditions. But every year the work became more and more difficult. Not only age, but also great disappointment had an impact. A bus pulled up and the man got on it. There were no more free seats, so he huddled at the end of the cabin near the window. It was rush hour, and there was no point in waiting for another, freer bus. Christian stared blankly out the window. There was a traffic jam on the bypass as usual. The man sighed with frustration. This is how it is in my life, he thought. Every day I run into the same traffic jam, but I can't decide to take a new route. How much more patience do I have? Sometimes I think I'll give it all up in a heartbeat because I can't do it anymore. Christian Thompson was a native of the bountiful Houston area of Texas. His town of Burkeville had once, like many others in the region, thrived on farms and ranches. Not to say that the young lad's parents were wealthy men. But his father told his son at once that he must get an education. Austin Thompson's older sister lived in Chicago. There he also wanted to send his son to study at the institute. Aunt Christiana promised to shelter the boy for the duration of his studies at her place, which meant that the boy would never be hungry and would always wear nice clothes that Aunt Caroline bought for him. It's hard to say what the young man wanted then, but Christian was not particularly eager to study engineering and did not want to leave his hometown. And that would have been all right. Maybe Christian would have stayed after studying in Chicago, which he eventually got used to, if it weren't for one thing. Carl Hill was the town administrator at the time. He held on to his position with a deadly grip. Of course, he turned a few things around for himself from time to time. He had a beautiful daughter, Madison. She was in the same class as Christian. For years, the girl had been in love with Christian, and the older she got, the more she thought about how she could marry him. The fact that he went to study in Chicago, she was not particularly embarrassed. He usually came home for the holidays, and they saw each other a lot. You don't need him. Carl used to swear at his daughter. There are so many nice guys out there, and you're clinging to your Christian like a bulldog that you can't get away from him. He was angry. Daddy, I love him. The girl sobbed. If I ever marry, it'll be to him. Madison's father tried to persuade her, but nothing worked, so he went to Austin Thompson. Hello, Austin. I've got something serious to say to you, Carl said. What is it, Carl? Austin was surprised. Do they want to check the fields again? No, it's a personal matter, he said dryly. You and I need to talk about Christian. About Christian? The farmer asked in surprise. Come on, let's go and talk. What's wrong with my Christian? Austin, your Christian is a good guy, said the town administrator from afar. He doesn't drink too much, he's a smart guy. Here's what I'm thinking. Should we do Christian's wedding to Madison? Not only is my daughter beautiful, but she's a hard worker. No bad deeds to speak of. You want to marry your Madison to my Christian? Austin looked at him in amazement. He still has 2 years of schooling to go. It's okay. Madison loves him so much that she'll wait, Carl smiled. Besides, I'm not going to hurt them. You know me, they'll live happily ever after. Carl, I don't know. Christian's father scratched his head. He hasn't thought about marriage yet. And anyway, maybe he has someone in Chicago? Do you think he tells me that? The farmer laughed. Austin, but you talked to him. Madison's father looked at him carefully. Explain everything to him. He'll listen to you. There's no reason for him to go to a foreign country when he has such a bride waiting for him at home. Christian's father was puzzled by his conversation with the receptionist. It wasn't that he was against Madison, but he'd rather have his son make his own choice. Austin, I think Carl is right. Camila, Christian's mother, supported the administrator. Let him come home. Carl will give him a good place here. With his education, everything is possible here. And Madison is a good girl, homely, she'll be a good hostess. What if he already has someone there? Dad objected. We're spoiling the guy's life plans. So what she said coldly. Is it better for you that your son is here, at your side, in a good position, or in some unknown place carrying sacks? You're the father, you talk to him about it. For a long time, Austin put off talking to his son. It was just before Christmas when he called him. Well, son, don't you miss home? Father asked cautiously. What are your plans after graduation? Honestly, I do, Christian answered. I'm used to Chicago after all these years, but I still want to go home. I don't know about plans yet. Well, maybe you have a job in mind, Austin continued. Or a serious relationship. I don't have either of those things. Christian answered with annoyance in his voice. I think about it all the time myself. I look at job ads to see what's on offer here. What about Madison Hill? Austin couldn't help himself. She's a good girl, and you know who her father is. What's Madison got to do with it? I don't get it, the boy said. Son, we just found out recently that Madison has been in love with you for a long time, his father said quietly. So we thought you two would make a good couple. Dad, I don't really see her as my girlfriend, Christian laughed. To be honest, I've never even thought about it. But look at her, son, insisted his father. Carl promises you a good position. Have you already decided everything without me? The boy got angry, but then added more calmly, all right, I'll think about it. I'll probably go home anyway. Austin shuddered. The bus driver braked sharply. The man cursed to himself, but it was all right, and he stared out the window again. Behind him the trees appeared, from which a strong wind was tearing off autumn leaves. This is how another year will soon end, the man whispered annoyingly. And the next one I'll be 55 already. How quickly old age has come, he sighed. Austin sank back into his thoughts. The bus was taking him northwest, and he knew the route by heart. After the fourth-year session, Christian came home. He had already given his father his consent, so all their relatives were preparing for the matchmaking. I don't want to marry Madison, the boy hesitated. I don't like her. But maybe that's how it happens. First you don't like her, and then you love her. Well, son, his father said to him a few days later, are you ready for matchmaking? Oh, Dad, I don't know, the son confessed frankly. I'm not going to Madison's house. It'll all blow over, his mother assured him. Do you think I married your father for love? Rarely do people marry for love. I think true love comes later, when you have a family. Your father and I have been together for years, and I wouldn't trade him for anyone else. The matchmaking was a big deal. You couldn't make a mockery of it in front of the chief of the town. Christian's uncle was a big talker. He had, as they say, a loose tongue. The whole matchmaking thing was fun. He never shut up. Well, Christian, son, Carl hugged him. Madison's going to wait for you for a year. And next August we'll have a wedding. Madison was incredibly beautiful. She stood in a soft pink dress and kept lowering her eyes in embarrassment. Can we really make it work and have a good life looking at the girl? The guy thought. Madison is actually very pretty. After the matchmaking, the young men started dating. They needed to get to know each other better. Christian told her stories from his life in Chicago. The girl listened to them with interest. Madison talked about their life in the village, told the boy about her dreams. You know, Christian, I want so much for our children to stay in the village like we did. To run their own business, the girl said with tenderness in her voice. But still, some of them will want to study, and some of them will even be against staying here and will go to the city. The boy objected to her. Yes, I understand, Madison sighed. You know, I'd like to build a family nest so our chicks won't leave it, she laughed. She laughed. Madison was ordinary in Christian's eyes. She wasn't educated. Carl didn't want to let her go to town. But there was some worldly wisdom in her. She was easy for a guy to be with. By the end of the summer, Christian even thought he was falling in love with Madison. When the guy went back to Chicago, they talked almost every day on the phone his aunt had in her flat. And Christian had gotten so used to it that when a major event happened in his life, he was just blown away. So many years passed, but Christian never thought about it. One day he made a promise to himself that the man had kept for years. The bus turned onto a familiar street and Christian caught his breath. He got off at the stop and headed towards the traffic lights. He needed to cross to the other side of the street, and there he could say he was already at work. The man pulled out his pass and walked through the gatehouse. A crowd was already gathering in the lobby. Everyone was in a hurry to get to work. Christian walked outside and headed towards his building. "Christian, hello," the director ran up to him. "What about the order? We have all the details ready." "Yesterday, Charles and I finished the 20th piece out of 30, he replied. "So we should probably be done by today and tomorrow." "All right," smiled the chief. "You'll let me know when everything will be ready." The man nodded his head and went towards the workroom. His partner was already sitting there, having changed his clothes. "Well, Charles," Christian said, "can we finish it today and tomorrow?" "You bet," the boy smiled broadly at Christian. "Honestly, I'm tired of these billets," said Christian. "These blanks are so uncomfortable to work with." The man and the boy went into the workshop and started up their machines. Christian sank back into his thoughts. "Son, do you want me to turn Carl down now?" His father shouted angrily, talking to Christian on the phone. "No, that's not going to happen. The wedding will be in August, just like we planned it." The guy was coming home with a heavy heart after defending his diploma. The next day he invited his aunt to a cafe as a thank you. But another day later he left quickly. He never came to Chicago after that. The wedding was very expensive. Carl was marrying off his only daughter, so despite all his greed, he organized the holiday with all the scope. Almost the entire village was at the wedding. Madison signed all the marriage documents and looked at the guests, happy. "Christian, I'm so happy," she whispered to her fiancé. "I'll never forget this day." The guy also realized that he would never forget this day. Only unlike his bride, it was the most mournful day of his life. Several years passed. Christian worked as an engineer in administration. He and Madison had a good life. Over time, the guy settled down, if you could call it that, appreciated Madison and began to feel happy too. Everything would have been great, but as often happens in such cases, there was one but it did not work out for young people to have children. Nobody knew what the reason was. They went to Los Angeles and New York. But all the doctors said that it was too early. 2 years for family life is not an indicator. But then 5 years went by, and 7 years went by, and 10 years went by. Madison came in crying one day. "Christian, I can't take it anymore," she sobbed. "I'm begging you, let's get out of here. People's tongues are driving me crazy with their gossip. I don't want to see anyone else here." People were cruel to other people's grief. Every now and then someone would come up with one version or the other. Why didn't Madison and Christian have kids? "It's the right thing to do," the neighbors said to the woman. "Her father stole so much for himself back in the day. Now she's paying for his sins." And he walked around here like a master, sticking his nose up. The neighbors supported the conversation. He looked down on everyone, and when he pities someone, he doesn't. On the contrary, he drowned that person. "I heard that Christian is walking away from Madison." An elderly man intervened in the conversation. "He found someone from a neighboring town. That's why they don't have children, because they sleep in separate beds at night." Father Madison didn't have as much power as he used to. He had stepped down as mayor and couldn't shut his mouth to anyone else. He realized that Madison's town was suffering. Everyone turned against her in an instant. "All right," Madison, Carl said to his daughter one day. "Sell the house here and buy a flat in Los Angeles. I'll give you some extra money." Christian was so used to his life in the city that he didn't really want to go to the big city, and all the hustle and bustle of the capital tired him out. But seeing the suffering of his wife, the man finally agreed to move. So in the life of Christian appeared trailers, where he worked for almost 20 years. "Charles, drop everything. Let's go to lunch," shouted the man to his partner. "It's after 2 o'clock. "Well, we've done a lot of work today," the guy laughed as they went into the room. "Christian, I want to give you a treat today." Taking jar after jar out of the bag, Charles smiled. "It was Mum who told me to give you her famous tomato juice. And some very tasty winter vegetables, too. Oh my God, 2 jars of raspberry jam. I almost forgot." "Oh, Charles, thank you," said the man. "And tell your mum thank you very much for me. How I've missed such homemade goodies. You know, since my mother died 2 years ago, I have never tasted such delicacies." "You're welcome to eat it," Charles rejoiced. "For a man like you, it's not a pity. You know, I'm lucky to have you. You never swear, you don't pry." The workers had lunch and talked for about half an hour. Then they went back to their machines. The time for work fled imperceptibly. It was already 16:45. The foreman looked at his watch. "Charles, well, let's finish. There are 7 blanks left for tomorrow. I reckon we'll have them done by 4 o'clock." The man and the lad went out through the gatehouse into the street together. Charles went in the opposite direction. He lived in the neighborhood. Christian wandered towards the bus stop. Here's another day gone, he thought as he shivered in the cold Los Angeles wind. Just wish the bus would come faster. I just have to make it to Friday. The bus came, and the man got on it. It was crowded again. The passenger stood in the aisle, hung on the bar, and immersed himself. It was already dark outside, and Christian closed his eyes from fatigue. Suddenly someone shoved him, and there was a clinking of cans. God, I wish they hadn't broken. The man pulled the bag to his chest. Such wealth should be protected, he smiled. The bus seemed to go on endlessly. It took about an hour and a half before it appeared in the southwest. Christian got off of it and walked towards his apartment block. He entered the entranceway, which immediately smelled old and damp. Why aren't there any scents for these old entrances? The man clamped his nose. Sometimes there's nothing to breathe in here. Christian went home and changed his clothes. His stomach rumbled so much that he didn't bother with any formalities. He opened a can of tomatoes and reached in with his hand. "What a delicious meal," the man murmured. "It's been a long time since I've had such a delicious meal. Where were my fried potatoes in the fridge? Together it's going to be a real bomb." Christian ate dinner, washed the dishes, and sat down on his favorite sofa. The television was sometimes a real outlet for him. Not that he was into political squabbles, but watching some films made him forget his loneliness. The man glanced at the sideboard. There, a picture of his wife Madison stood in the most prominent place. Since moving to Los Angeles, Madison had been trying to get a job somewhere. Staying at home in the flat was very hard for her. They had neither a summer cottage nor a farm, and that made the woman even more discouraged. She dreamed of having children, but she and her husband had no luck. Maybe it was the longing for their native places. Maybe it was Madison's failure to fulfill herself as a mother. The woman began to fade. At first, Christian thought his wife was really depressed, so he often sent her home to her father, but it didn't help. Carl was also very worried about his daughter. Madison began to take first to doctors, then to all sorts of women. But the woman never recovered. At the age of 42, Madison died. She was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Christian suffered a lot at first. He had grown so accustomed to his Madison over the years that he couldn't imagine life without her. The man often sat silently in his flat for hours on end. Only work saved him. But come the weekend, it would start all over again. Carl insisted that his daughter was buried in his hometown, so Christian often did not come to her. And in time he realized that he had to let it all go, or his life would end just as soon. Christian took the picture of his wife in his hands, looking at it closely. Madison was so beautiful in it. Radiant smile, he thought. Would she be alive now if we hadn't moved to the city? It was a question that had been on his mind all these years. That night the man did not sleep well. A longing came over him, and by midnight tears began to choke him. Christian cried for both his Madison and himself. He was alone, left with no one to care for him. 5 years ago his father died first. and a couple of years ago his mother died as well. He had no siblings. His father's older sister from Chicago was still alive. But that topic was closed once and for all for the man. The next morning, Christian looked at himself in the mirror in horror. His eyes were puffy. "God, it's like I've been drinking all night," he said in shock, "and I have to work today." He tried a massage, and after an hour his eyes looked better. Christian got dressed and went to his bus stop. And that morning it was the same as always. The bus took him to work and left. The man crossed Wilshire Avenue and walked through the gatehouse. "Christian, are you sick?" Charles asked worriedly, looking at the foreman's swollen face. "Yes, I haven't slept all night," he admitted. "Do you know how lonely it is at that age?" The man sighed. "Sometimes you feel so much pressure that you don't want to live." "Christian, you're still so young. You should get married," the assistant said seriously. "What's your age? You're not 70 years old." Though even at that age, some people manage to have affairs. "Charles, where am I going to find a normal woman at that age?" he asked with frustration in his voice. "Nobody wants romantics like me." "Come on," laughed the boy. "My uncle got married for the 5th time when he was 65. "Wow," laughed the foreman. "He didn't get a medal for that. How much nerve you have to have for 5 wives. I certainly would not have endured so many of them." "As he says, I was happy with each of them," Charles replied. "That's why, at 75, he's blooming and smelling." "Charles, I'm dreaming that you and I will get through the day and finally go away for the weekend." Christian smiled. Dreaming of a new wife was too much for him. By 4 o'clock, they had worked the remaining 7 billets. They could go home early today. It was an unspoken rule between him and the director. Nicholas approached the chief of men. "That's it," he said. "So let's look at engineering from Monday, because I'm already tired of this machine." He agreed. "We need to finish the project there. You look at the drawings then." "That's my job," Christian sighed. "I'm the reaper, I play the tune, and I warm myself by the stove." "Christian, what can I do?" Nicholas looked at him tiredly. "If we had other volumes, I could take more men. But we are living from bread to kivashu." "I understand everything," answered the engineer. "I have no complaints about you, to ruin such a plant. Try to build such a plant again. It would cost $1 billion. "Yes," sighed the chief. "How hard and time-consuming it is to build, but so quick and easy to destroy." That evening, Christian opened another can that Charles's mum had given him. He crunched the delicious pickled vegetables with pleasure. Then he felt homesick again and couldn't sleep for a very long time. "All right, tomorrow is a day off anyway. I'll sleep till lunchtime," said the man, when he saw the clock hand frozen on the number 3. It was raining outside the window in October, and Christian slept until lunchtime. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The man lay in bed for a while longer. The heating hadn't been switched on yet, and the flat was cold. Who invented this stupid rule that the heating must be switched on when the average daily temperature has not exceeded 8 degrees centigrade for 5 days? Christian was indignant. And the fact that it's so cold in the flat that you don't even have to take off your coat is of no interest to anyone, especially here with these damn winds. How could a city be built in such an inconvenient place? And it was true. Even though Los Angeles was in the west, it was always being blown around by the winds. There were times when even in the summer a strong, cold wind blew. The whirlwinds that swirled the praying rubbish bags in the air here lifted up to the very top floors of the 14-story buildings. Finally, Christian crawled out of his bed and, wrapping himself in a blanket, went to the kitchen. 5 minutes later, his body was warmed by hot tea. This is how to go outside. He watched in horror as the rain poured down and the wind bent the trees to the ground. You can't take an umbrella with you, the wind will break it at once. For half an hour, the man tried to go through his wardrobe to find something to wear. The fridge was empty, except for the raspberry jam Charles's mum had given him and half a forkful of cabbage. Well, God willing, Christian said to himself and pulled on his Macintosh. He went out into the street. He walked hard against the wind to get to the nearest shop. The rain was hitting him right in the face. I'll beat you anyway, the man thought, looking at his high rubber boots. I'm sure you won't get my feet wet. Finally, he opened the door to the shop and took out his big bag. Why did he reach into his pocket and pull out the list? So what have we got here? He looked down the list. Potatoes, carrots, beetroot, butter, soup set, kefir, 2 yogurts. Christian, read. In general, you don't even have to read, but just take everything I see from the shelves, he sighed. The man spent about an hour in the shop. His basket was completely full. Did he forget anything? He asked himself. I don't think so. And he hadn't taken anything extra. It was harder for the wind to move the man. But in spite of the weight of the bag, he was being tossed back and forth by the wind. What is this lousy climate? Christian cursed. It's called the South. It wasn't this cold in Minneapolis. Though Minneapolis had long since been renamed, the man had never called it that. It remained Minneapolis to him forever. Christian returned home. He understood that in this weather one should warm up with hot tea or hot soup, or rather borscht. Now that was another matter. A whiff enveloped the spoon where the hot borscht was steaming. Now I won't freeze, Christian thought, but the day was so gray and dull that he didn't feel like doing anything. Sometimes on weekends he read a magazine, but today the man was in no mood at all. He lay down on his old sofa and fell asleep almost instantly. Young Christian paced nervously on the platform. It was hot outside. At last a train approached, and the boy boarded it. It was a few minutes before the train was due to depart, when suddenly a familiar face appeared on the platform. Christian, shouted the girl. Christian. She ran from one carriage to another. Suddenly she saw his face in the window and ran to the carriage door. But the conductor had already raised the steps, and the train moved quietly on. Christian. The girl ran back to the window where she saw the boy. I love you. Don't go away. She ran after the carriage. The girl reached the end of the platform and stopped. She shouted something for a long time. Christian saw her tears, her voice pierced his whole body, and he woke up sharply. Why am I dreaming about her? He shouted in anger. When are you going to leave me alone? With anger, Christian threw his pillow on the floor. He sat down unhappily on the sofa. He generally didn't like to remember what had happened to him back then. But about 10 years ago, he had started to be haunted by the same dream. Christian always felt bad after it. To divert his attention, he walked over to the sideboard and picked up his wife's photograph. I did the right thing, then he said loudly. So let everyone leave me alone. After a few minutes, he began to feel better. The man got up and went into the kitchen to put the kettle on. The ladder will give me a chance to warm up, he said sadly. And you can't go out in this weather. He could go shopping, but Christian didn't want to go out in this wind and rain. He turned on the TV, changed channels, and found some kind of film. Detective isn't on right now, he sighed and changed the channel. There was a program about becoming a father. Well, we'll see, Christian smiled. Even though I don't need it, I'll look at the little kids and maybe I'll be in a better mood. They are all so cute. The man listened with interest as the young dads talked about the difficulties of parenthood. Some couldn't sleep at night, some were afraid to approach their child for a while. There were some who developed depression and tried to avoid their newborn babies. I wonder what kind of dad I would be. Christian thought, would I be able to hold a newborn so easily, and how would I feel? The man didn't notice how quickly the time flew by. He savored the feelings that babies evoked in his heart. Oh, what a pretty little thing. He laughed as he looked at the 3-month-old boy on the screen. He is already trying to hold his head up. I wish I had the kind of courage these kids have. It seems that they are not afraid of anything in life. They are interested in trying everything. This little girl is looking at rattles with such interest. You can see that she's studying it. The program ended and Christian's mood lifted. The sight of little children seemed to breathe life into him. The man smiled all evening. How I would like to hold such a baby in my arms at least once, he said dreamily. That evening he went to bed early and, to his great surprise, fell asleep without any problems. But here are the miracles, really. Looking out of the window, Christian looked out. Yesterday it had been deep autumn, and today it was true spring. The sun had been shining outside since morning, and it was very warm for October. No way, the man wondered. Has Indian summer begun, or is it its continuation? We should definitely go out today, because now we don't know when the weather will be so nice. Christian got dressed and went out onto the balcony. He could hear birds singing in the trees. The man pressed the lift button and went outside. Where should I go? He stopped in bewilderment on the street. To Victory Park. I don't want to. There are all those awful merry-go-rounds and unpleasant sounds there. You have to go so far away from the central alley there not to hear all that. Why don't we go to Chilean or Taman Forest? There'll be a lot of people there tonight, so I won't get lost. Probably the Taman Forest, Christian decided. Indeed, because of the good weather, there were a lot of people walking around the park. There were parents with their children, who ran merrily along the paths and constantly asked their mums and dads questions. Breathing was easy and good. Colorful leaves were falling from above, and there was no beginning or end to this waltz. Christian saw a tree lying on the ground and sat down on it. The man closed his eyes with pleasure. It's so nice here, he whispered. The air is so fresh after the rain. The main paths were asphalted, so it was safe to walk here without fear of mud. Christian still wanted to walk around the park for a while, but he was so hungry that he couldn't stand the feeling of hunger any longer. The man walked out of the forest and headed towards the bus stop. Today was a wonderful day, he smiled. A walk like this is good for me. It chased away all my moping. Finally, the man got off at the bus stop and headed towards his house. He stroked his stomach with anticipation. Christian quickly jumped into the lift and eagerly opened the door to his flat. He quickly undressed and put the borscht on the cooker. With light movements, he sliced the sausage into large slices and sat down at the table. No sooner had he taken the spoon in his hand than the doorbell rang. Damn it, Christian swore. Who the hell is that? He got up unhappily from the table and headed for the door. The man looked through the peephole in amazement. Some women in black clothes were standing in the corridor. Oh my God, who is that? He thought in shock. Christian decided not to open the door yet, but the strangers on the other side were not satisfied with that decision. The women continued to press the bell. Who is it? What do you want? Christian couldn't take it anymore. We want Christian Thompson, came a woman's voice. We're from the convent. What convent? The man marveled. You must have me confused with someone else. I have nothing to do with religion. From the St. John of Mary convent came the same voice. I'm Mother Superior. Please open up. We have very important business to discuss with you. Christian hesitated for a while and opened the door. The man looked at the uninvited guests with a displeased look. What business do you have with me? He said coldly. But let's make it quick, because I'm very busy. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you everything in a minute, said the nun with kindness in her voice. You see, a few days ago, a young woman came to our monastery for a tour. She looked to be about 30 years old. She asked to meet me and talk to me. We talked about her personal life. The woman asked me to give her advice on what she should do. She called herself Nancy, but I don't think that was her real name. She came to the convent a few times, but when we made our rounds this morning, we found this. She pointed to a basket of some kind. It was quite capacious. Well, what is it? What does it have to do with? The man asked with interest. Well, as far as I am concerned, it has something to do with you, Mother Superior sighed and took the basket from her novice's hands. The woman opened the coverlet and Christian immediately turned pale. In it, 2 little girls were sleeping sweetly. They were boys, judging from their blue suits. Whose children are these? He couldn't stand it. What have they got to do with me? Well, read this. The nun held out the note. We found this in the basket with the children. I'm sorry, but I can't keep these children anyway. By the time you find them, I'll be long gone. I'm leaving the country forever. I ask you very much to find my father, Christian Thompson, and give him my children, read the landlord. This is some kind of mistake, shouted the man. I don't have any children. My wife and I have never been able to have a child, and I've never had anyone but her. Well, we can do a DNA test, and then you will decide what you want to do with the babies. Mother Superior looked at him sternly. I'm not going to do anything, Christian said indignantly. I can see that someone is trying to set me up. I don't know if you have anything to do with these children, the nun continued. But what I do know is that you will have to deal with the police, and they will interrogate you in any case until a genetic test for your relationship is carried out. The woman did not lower her voice. So it's up to you, either you deal with us or with the police. But if they're not my grandchildren, what then? The man tried to dodge. You will apologize to me for making me nervous. I serve God, she replied calmly. And for him, the most innocent are defenseless children. I have nothing to apologize for. All right, Christian gave up. What am I to do with them now? The children will stay with us for the time being, Mother Superior smiled. Until you have a DNA test. Besides, there's always the possibility that their mother will change her mind and take them back. Okay, I'll come by tomorrow before lunch and find out how we can get that test done. The man said unhappily and looked questioningly at the women. Is there anything else? No, replied the guest. Thank you. We will be expecting you tomorrow. Please try to make it as soon as possible. We can't keep the boys here for long either. It's illegal. Christian closed his door. He lost his appetite and lay down on the sofa, exhausted. What a good start to the day, he resented. They had to ruin it like that. I had no one but Madison. Somebody was trying to make a fool out of me. Somebody was trying to set me up. But I'll show you. You think it's that easy to pin all this on me? I'm sure your test won't show any parentage. The next day, Christian woke up in a terrible mood. Not only did he have a headache, but he also had to ask Nicholas for time off. Today they were going to look at old and new projects. But the chief, without telling him anything, allowed him to do his own thing until lunchtime. I have to spend so much money on this rubbish, Christian said in shock when he was told the price for the test. I have nothing else to do. Who will reimburse me for all this? In spite of his inner protests, he asked the nurse to come to the monastery and take the test for him and the babies. The man looked furtively at the babies. He was drawn to them by some invisible force. Christian quickly restrained himself and left the convent room. The test will be ready in 5 days, the nurse said. You'll get a notification on your phone. 5 days. The man asked in horror. Is that how long you have to wait? Unfortunately, it can't be any quicker, she explained. The reagents have to be aged for a certain period of time so that the right genes can be detected. A sullen Christian went back to work. Nothing pleased him. He had hoped that the next day he would know the results and forget about the case once and for all. But now it turned out that he would have to suffer for 5 whole days. Who could have given this girl this idea? Thought the engineer. How did she even know my name? Maybe one of my former colleagues played a joke on me like that. And now I have to deal with all this. The man sat there thinking about his own thoughts while the director explained something to him. Well, do you agree? Nicholas asked him. Shall we do it that way? What? Christian came back to reality. I'm sorry I wasn't listening to what you said. Christian, is something wrong with you? The chief asked him worriedly. Don't even think about being sick. We've got a big order for parts coming in. No, it's just that I was up all night with a headache, he replied. What did you say to me again? After work. For the first time in a long time, Christian didn't want to go home. He had a feeling that something bad was waiting for him there. Or rather, there was some kind of surprise waiting for him there. What could be worse than what had already happened? He pondered. Only if it all turns out to be true, a thought popped into his head. The man stopped abruptly. It was as if he was dumbfounded. Christian realized that such a thing was simply impossible, but something inside insisted that by some miracle it had happened. I'll go crazy while I wait for this result, the man said out loud and walked towards the bus stop. The bus was traveling as it always did, but it seemed to the man that this day the bus was just flying. He looked at his watch, but the bus was on schedule. How I don't want to go home. He stopped. I'll go somewhere and take a walk." Christian turned round and walked in the opposite direction from his house. The weather wasn't bad today either, not as warm as yesterday, but still. It was starting to get dark, and passers-by were bustling in the street. A man stopped near some public garden and stood there for a long time. It was as if he had fallen somewhere. He was not interested neither in the dog that ran up to him and started barking at him, nor in the loving couple sitting on the bench, nor in the loud music of teenagers. It was as if everything had stopped, but the man felt such a warmth on his heart that he was even afraid to move. Christian was afraid that if he took even one step, this lightness would immediately disappear. "God, what's happening to me?" He finally came to his senses. "What am I doing here? Oh my God, it's 8 o'clock. I've got to go home." He walked briskly towards his house, having a light supper because he had lost his appetite. Sweet tea and a scone sufficiently satisfied his hunger, and he went to bed. Some strange things are happening to me, a thought occurred to him. What does it all mean, he thought, and with this question he fell asleep. 3 days passed, and the man even somehow calmed down. He no longer thought about the test. He had the confidence that everything was going to be all right. I had nothing to do with it at all, he rejoiced at his intuition. I'll finally get the test back tomorrow and get on with my life again. Christian excused himself from work an hour early so he could pick up the test at the lab in time. The man reluctantly changed his clothes and gathered his belongings. He said goodbye to Charles and walked out of the gatehouse. It was drizzling outside. Surprisingly, there was no wind. Christian opened his umbrella and walked to the bus stop. He didn't have to wait long. In 5 minutes, he was already sitting in the minibus. Well, I'll pick up everything quickly and go home right away, he dreamed. Tomorrow I'll be informed so they won't bother me anymore, he smiled. As it happened, the minibus was traveling very slowly. Christian fidgeted unhappily in his seat. It's like the disabled are driving, the passenger said angrily to himself. And who employs drivers like that? Another 20 minutes had passed when the driver told Christian that he was getting off at the next stop. The man thanked him just in case. He paid and quickly got off the shuttle bus. So where do I go next? He reasoned. They told me it was at the beginning of the street. Then I'd better turn here. Christian got lost and lost about 30 minutes. The man cursed out loud at himself and finally asked the passers-by for the right direction. 300 meters later, the starting numbers showed up. So it must be around here somewhere? He rejoiced and hurried to the beginning of the street. Christian ran into the lab and gave his name. About 5 minutes later, he was handed the result in an envelope. He opened it at once. 96%, Christian read aloud and turned pale. Then he came to his senses and approached the man at the counter. "Tell me, please. Does 96% in the test mean that I have no relation?" he asked excitedly. On the contrary, the girl smiled. 96% is a very high probability that you are related. You could say it is. "Sabrina, can you hear me?" The voice repeated insistently for several minutes to Sabrina. Finally, the girl opened her eyes and looked around at all the men and women present in white coats with an incomprehensible look. She realized that she was probably in a hospital. "Where am I?" Sabrina barely spoke. "What happened to me? Paula. You fell off the scaffolding," the doctor answered her. "Your daughter is staying with your mother for the time being." The girl closed her eyes tiredly and was pulled down again. From somewhere at the beginning of the tunnel, she could faintly hear sounds. Sabrina came to her senses again after a few days. This time the girl could already stay conscious. She could feel how much her back hurt and her right leg was twisted. The latter was in a cast. "You're here for a long time," the nurse sighed. "So you'd better stop fussing. We called your mother. The doctor said you could see her." "My daughter Paula," said the victim. "Ask her to bring my daughter." 2 days later, Sabrina's mother Chloe came. Her daughter didn't notice anything new about her. She was not embarrassed neither by the fact that Sabrina miraculously survived, nor by the fact that she had a quiet granddaughter. "How long are you going to be examined here?" Instead of greeting, her mother said arrogantly, "I'm not here to babysit Paula." "Well, you can see for yourself. replied the girl calmly. So you'll have to be patient. I have no relatives here except you. It's not enough that you gave birth to her. Now you want to hang her on me? The woman was angry. Don't even think about it. Hurry up, get up, I won't be with her. Sabrina remained silent and asked her daughter to come closer. The girl of about 5 years old cried and came to her mum. Mummy, the child sobbed, take me away. I don't want to live with my grandmother. She doesn't love me. And it was true. Chloe not only did not love her granddaughter, but she never loved her daughter either. The woman had spent her whole life thinking she was something special. She couldn't live with Sabrina's father. Or rather, he could not stand her arrogance and character and ran away from her. With his daughter, he never communicated for the reason that it was necessary to organize all this through her mother. Chloe from early childhood reproached her daughter for the fact that she was born into the world at all. But how much effort she's put into her, she thought. When the girl was 12, she saw very clearly that love from her mother she did not need to wait. Since that time, the girl, you could say, lived her own life. Sabrina studied well at school, entered the institute and finished it. The girl, as soon as she began to work part-time in the evening, immediately rented a room and moved out from her mother. She was not only not against it, but frankly scolded her daughter with the last words for the fact that it did not happen earlier. In general, with Sabrina's mother never had a friendly relationship, no matter how much she dreamed of it. Chloe thwarted all her attempts. The situation was aggravated by the fact that the girl got pregnant and gave birth to the child herself. No one knew who was the father of Paula, but from that moment Sabrina's mother turned away from her so much that they completely stopped talking. Naturally, no help or support was given by her to her daughter. The girl worked to the last, even when she could barely walk with a big belly. Sabrina had a good friend, Diana, who helped her all this time. After the birth of Paula, Sabrina ran for part-time work together with a small child. The girl did not have her own place. Sometimes her friend sat with the baby. When Paula was 1.5 years old, Sabrina gave her to a kindergarten. The girl herself got a job at a construction site. She was not afraid of heights and easily plastered and made facades of buildings. After 3 years, Sabrina collected enough money to buy a small house in the suburbs. That's where she and Paula lived all this time. Sabrina herself did not realize how she had fallen from the scaffolding. The girl usually always used insurance. She only remembered her foot stumbling and the board bouncing off to the side. Then Sabrina saw herself flying and felt a strong impact, after which she lost consciousness. As the doctor said, she was lucky because it was only the 3rd floor. After Sabrina was brought to the hospital, the issue of Paula and her friend Diana came up. The girl was not given away at that time. They brought the child to her mother. This later played a very big negative role in Sabrina's life. The girl was in the hospital for almost 5 months. Then she was sent to a sanatorium for rehabilitation for another 6 months. All this time, Paula stayed with her mother. Finally, when the girl was discharged and she took her daughter, Sabrina was in complete shock. "I'm not going to eat this," said 6-year-old Paula with her arms crossed over her chest. "And I want to go to Grandma Chloe's. I'm going to live with her from now on. What happened to my child?" The woman looked at her daughter in shock. "Paula, I am your mother, so you will live with me," said Sabrina. "What kind of mother are you?" said the girl angrily. "Do you even know from whom you gave birth to me? Grandma Chloe had a husband, and you?" Sabrina turned pale. She looked at her child and could not recognize her. In almost a year, her mother had made Paula a real monster, just like herself. "And you tell the teacher that you don't want to live with her. Her grandmother used to teach her when she sneaked into the kindergarten. Tell her she beats you, she doesn't buy you anything. Then you will definitely live with me. That's what you want, isn't it?" "Of course, yes," the girl hugged Chloe. "I only love you alone. I don't need her." From that moment in Sabrina's life, there was one problem after another. Paula was always telling stories at daycare that her mother was treating her badly. The girl would sometimes sob for hours to get attention. The social welfare authorities called Sabrina every now and then. "Try to take her to a psychologist," one of the employees advised the woman. "I understand that you don't do all this with her, but there is a reason why she is making all this up. A psychologist will be able to explain it to you." Sabrina tried her best, but she had a lot of health problems after the fall. Her right leg was numb all the time, and she limped and couldn't walk fast enough. She could no longer get a good job. Her leg was hurting her lower abdomen, and she could hardly hold back her tears. "Diana, I'm probably going to go crazy," Sabrina once told her friend and burst into tears. "What am I going to do? Paula doesn't recognize me at all. She doesn't even call me by my first name. She doesn't even say mum to me. How could my mother do this to me? I mean, she did it to me." Chloe was very pleased with herself. She finally took revenge on her daughter Sabrina for everything, for the fact that she took her time, for the pain of labor, for the cost she had incurred. Most importantly, for Sabrina giving birth to Paula by some guy. "Well, now we'll see," Chloe cheered. "You won't have a daughter anymore. Paula will belong to me." The woman looked lovingly at her sleeping granddaughter. The little girl was sleeping sweetly. "Lord, how can such a creature live, and such an angel," she thought, wiping away her tears. "Paula, how I love you. Why are you doing this to me?" But then the girl would wake up and everything would happen again. She spoke to her mother in a lovely tone, blackmailed her into running away to her grandmother's. "Diana, I can't take it anymore," Sabrina came to her friend one day. "I can't take it anymore. Not only I can't work for a long time, my lower back and leg hurt, but now, apparently my right leg is constantly falling off when I'm nervous. Sometimes it just stops moving. I'm afraid I'm going to stop walking soon." "Sabrina," Diana said gently, "maybe you should talk to him. If you want, I'll tell Henry. He'll find his information. He left me without Paula," she sighed. "What would I tell him about her? I'm sorry, but the one night we were together, I got pregnant. If he wanted to, he would have found me a long time ago. I'm not looking for him." Sabrina came in from a friend's house. Her leg hurt again. She lay down on the couch and closed her eyes. Scenes from her past life came before her. There was noise and commotion in the classroom. The first year was very turbulent. There were only 5 girls in a group of 20 students. All the students were looking at each other curiously. No one knew anyone yet. Sabrina sat alone at the last table. She was looking out the window and not participating in all the introductions. Suddenly, some guy sat down in front of her. He put his bag down, but then abruptly turned to the girl and asked her something. She answered him briefly. It seemed to Sabrina that the guy was not from around here. That's how her first encounter with him happened. After a few months, Sabrina realized that she liked the guy. It was almost 5 years later when a romantic relationship began between them. Or rather, it didn't happen until May when they were writing their diploma. Fortunately or not, they were assigned to write their diploma together. "Sabrina," the guy approached her. "Look, I brought the blueprints. We still have to do this last calculation for the diploma." "Yes, everything seems to be good here." The girl looked at the scheme. "You're very good. You've done such a thorough job." She patted him on the shoulder. "Sabrina, let's go to a cafe," suggested the student. "I haven't been away from my desk for almost a week. Let's distract ourselves a little." The girl was very embarrassed. Despite the fact that she liked Christian very much, she was usually cold to him. Before she could answer him, the guy had already put all the blueprints in a tube and was waiting for her by the door. "Are you coming?" he urged the girl on. "Come on, hurry up. I'll tell you honestly, I'm very hungry." The young people went to the student cafe. There they sat for about 2 hours, discussing their diploma and its defense. "I think that you should present the theoretical part, and then I will present the drawings and calculations," Christian suggested. "Okay," Sabrina agreed. "I'm all for it. If you knew how much I dislike calculations." She laughed. "It will be our future work." Christian laughed and looked at her intently, but then he stopped and blushed. They sat in the cafe for a long time. Somehow they went home in one direction. Whether Christian saw the girl off that day or not, it was hard to say, but the young people stopped outside the house where Sabrina rented a room. "Will you stay here?" the girl asked him curiously. "Or will you go home?" "At first I really wanted to leave, but now I don't know," Christian said with annoyance in his voice. "I promised my father that I would come back." What if you have a job here, a family? The girl looked him in the eyes. Well, it's all very complicated for me, Sabrina, he sighed. I've tied myself to the house without realizing it. I gave my word and I can't break it. Even if your fate depends on it, she smiled. Even then, will you come back? I don't know, the boy answered tiredly. Sometimes I feel like I'm not living my life. It's like I'm not in my life. My mother and father and other people are there. They want me to do what's best for them. But sooner or later it will all come out, the girl replied. One day it will make you feel so unhappy. Maybe you're right, Christian looked at her. Sabrina, I really like you, he said suddenly. But I can't. The guy turned abruptly and walked quickly away. The girl could not understand what to do, whether to run after him now or to leave everything as it was. From that day on, Christian began to avoid Sabrina. They met only formally to discuss the diploma. The girl felt that he cared about her, and it only made her feel more painful. Time flew by quickly, and the day of the diploma defense came. Christian and Sabrina defended it with honors. The boy couldn't stand it and approached her. Let's celebrate our defense, he suggested her. Let me buy you a last drink. Do you drink champagne? Christian, I'm a champagne drinker, she laughed. I've only had champagne a few times in my life. All right, let's have champagne, Christian suggested. You and I will go to a restaurant, Grand Duchess, Christian said. To tell you the truth, I've never been there before, but we must try it sometime. The boys had a good meal and were on their way home late in the evening. Sabrina's champagne hit her head so hard she couldn't stay on her feet. God, one glass made me so sick, she scolded angrily as Christian took her under his arm. It's okay. I'll help you, the guy replied caringly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. In about 15 minutes, they were outside Sabrina's house. The girl tried to climb the steps, but almost fell down. Oh shit, she cursed. I've never had a drink, and after this time I won't drink again. Which floor are we on? She heard Christian's voice. Let me take you up. They went up to the 3rd floor and Sabrina opened the door. But unfortunately, the girl fell when she took off her sandals. The boy picked her up in his arms and carried her into the room. Carefully, he placed the girl on the bed. Christian, when are you going to leave? Please close the door, Sabrina asked him. Because my landlady is in hospital and I'm living alone for the time being. I'll get up later and lock the door. The boy looked intently at the girl. He unconsciously reached out his hand and stroked her hair. Then he began to kiss her. The young people themselves did not notice how something very important happened between them. Christian looked at Sabrina. The girl was sound asleep. He quietly got dressed and left her flat. God, what have I done? He lamented. But don't I love her? Argued 2 voices in his head. I know for a fact that I love Sabrina. I can feel it. But what about Madison, father? His brain was exploding. What am I going to tell them? The next day, Christian tried to talk to his father, but he flatly refused to listen to him. It's either us or Chicago, Austin said at the end of the conversation. Christian realized that Sabrina was waiting for him, and he needed to go to her. The guy was facing a very difficult choice. His father called him again and started threatening him. Christian packed his things, said goodbye to his aunt, and went to the train station. Sabrina finally found where he lived and rang the doorbell. Yes, he left for the station about an hour ago, Aunt Caroline answered. He's going home today. The girl rushed as fast as she could to the station, and then ran as fast as she could when the train was already on the platform. It took her 5 minutes to run through all the carriages. She spotted Christian, who was sitting on the side seat looking out the window. When he saw Sabrina, the guy jumped up and headed for the exit, but the doors closed right in front of his nose. There was a girl standing on the platform, shouting something to him. The guy rushed back to his seat. Sabrina ran up to him. She screamed that she loved him, begged him to stay. But it was like Christian was paralyzed. All he could do was sit and stare out the window. I'm doing the right thing, it pounded in his head. It's all in the past. I'll never even remember it. Sabrina sat on the platform for hours. She only went home when the tears stopped pouring from her eyes. Many times Sabrina wanted to find Christian and tell him that she was pregnant, but inside the girl felt like she would be in unbearable pain from their meeting. It's not a question of Christian not loving me, she thought afterwards. He couldn't come to his house with me, which means that either his parents didn't want me, or they had already found someone at home for him. So be it, Sabrina decided then. She came to her senses, gingerly getting up from her couch. She was overcome with such a longing that she even found it hard to breathe. First Christian took my life from me, she sighed, and now she is taking my daughter from me. And to her great regret, it was true. No matter how hard Sabrina tried in the following years to save Paula, she never succeeded. Her life was forever ruined by her own mother. "Where are you going?" Sabrina asked her daughter in amazement as she packed her things. "I'm going to my grandmother's house," 16-year-old Paula replied calmly. "I'm not going to live with you anymore, Paula. You're not 18 yet," her mother tried to reason with her. "I won't let you." "And who are you?" the girl asked with a brow in the air. "What have you done for me?" The woman looked at her daughter in shock. She smiled wryly. The girl did everything to make her mother feel pain from her words. "All right," Sabrina said suddenly to herself. "Let your grandmother do everything for you now. From now on, I will not interfere in your life." Paula left, and the woman sobbed for a long time. She couldn't come to her senses. But just as Sabrina expected, a few days later her mother called. "Do you have a conscience?" she said immediately. "I need money to support Paula." "Didn't you think of that when you turned my daughter against me?" The woman replied calmly. "Now you have to do it yourself. I will never give you or Paula a penny." And the woman switched off the phone and didn't hear how long her mother was cursing her with the very last words. Sabrina was in a lot of pain, but she had given herself her word that she had left her daughter forever. True, Paula came to her several times and with scandals tried to get money out of her mother, but all was unsuccessful. That's how Sabrina was left alone. With time she calmed down, her leg began to hurt less. The woman was able to get a part-time job. After many years, she was given disability. Many years passed and Sabrina knew nothing about her daughter. There were rumors that she was going to marry a local rich man. Chloe taught her granddaughter. "Paula, your job is to marry a wealthy man," Chloe said. "You have a beautiful figure, not to mention your face. So don't even think of getting involved with some simpleton, or you'll end up the same way as your mother." They worked out a plan together, found the most enviable grooms of the city, and began to act. Chloe pretended to be an intellectual. She wore a hat with a veil, pretended she had taste. Unfortunately, it looked ridiculous from the outside. But the woman was so sure of herself. So they chose Lucas Brown as their victim. Chloe didn't mind that the guy was a bit of a ladies' man. "The main thing is to get him in your net," she taught her granddaughter. "And then he will forget about all his women and will belong only to you." Did the woman believe what she said? It was hard to say. From the outside, it looked more like she was just playing Paula. She liked to control the girl, and she had never realized that all her life she had been fulfilling the whims of an inadequate man. "Grandma, he asked me out on a date," Paula came running home one day. "I think I've got Lucas on the hook now." "You just show him that you have dignity." Chloe was delighted with the news. Act gradually in such situations, never cut from the shoulder. Luck turned in their direction, and Lucas officially announced that his girlfriend was Paula. The girl tried her best not to slap her face in the dirt. Her efforts were not in vain, and Lucas set a wedding day. "Finally, now we will live." Chloe rejoiced. "Paula, I want a big house with servants," dreamed the woman. "Must be sure to travel abroad, expensive clothes and food." "Grandma, you will have all this," laughed the student. There was not long to wait. The wedding progressed pompously. Paula and Lucas spent their honeymoon in Bali. The girl was so happy. She now and then called her grandmother Chloe and told about how she now lives. But after returning home, everything changed dramatically. First, Lucas started disappearing during the day. Then his absence shifted to the evening, and after a year he didn't spend the night at home. Lucas. Paula sobbed. You don't love me at all. You have someone else again. Darling, he laughed, but don't sing to me about love. Did you marry me for love? Let me live my life, and I promise I won't touch you. But Paula couldn't. At first, she and her grandmother were afraid of losing such wealth. Her scandals led to the fact that Lucas began to cut her money. The girl did not understand his actions and continued to insist on her own. It ended up that one day Lucas put divorce papers on the table. I think you realize that now you will leave here with nothing, he said sternly. Don't even think about suing me, Paula. I'll run you over. And the girl went back to her grandmother. Her granddaughter really bought her a house not so big, which she dreamed of, but still. Chloe also hired 2 servants. Paula, what are you doing? She said in shock when she learned that Lucas had divorced her granddaughter. How are we going to live now? Well, we have your house, objected her granddaughter, so we'll figure something out. This was not in Chloe's plans. And from that moment, the woman began to evict her granddaughter from her house in all sorts of clever ways. Paula, he's such a good man, advised her grandmother to her granddaughter one man. He does not smoke and does not drink. He has a flat. So you'll have a place to live. He'll work and you'll stay at home. Grandma, he's old. The girl was indignant. He's 45 and I'm 27. Well, and nothing, insisted Chloe. The main thing is that he should provide for you, continued the pressure Camila for several years, and Grandma Paula still managed to persuade her to marry an honorable man. Well, that's good, Camila sighed with relief. I'm finally rid of her. She's going to live in my house. She must have forgotten who is the head and who is the neck. I'll never do anything to my own detriment. And that's where Paula's luck ran out. The man turned out to be a drinker. She put up with him for a few months and went back to her grandmother's house. You know, Paula, I'm sick of you and your problems. She did not let her granddaughter into her house. But where am I going, Grandma? I'm pregnant. I'm 4 months along and nobody wants to abort me. Did I sleep with that man? Chloe was screaming at the top of her voice. You're the one who started this whole mess. You're the one who has to clean it up. All right, then I'll show the documents for the purchase of your house and the police, and at least get my share of it. At the most, you'll be thrown out of here, Paula threatened. The woman was frightened by her words and let Paula into the house. From that moment, she tried to get rid of the girl. Paula, who will take care of your children, Chloe once told her. You're having twins. I can't do it. I can't even count on your mom. So give them straight to the orphanage, said Chloe unequivocally. As in the orphanage. The girl shuddered. Are you suggesting me to give up my children? And who will feed you and them? Chloe looked at her sternly. I don't know, Paula answered with annoyance in her voice. But it doesn't mean that I have to give them to an orphanage. Do you realize how shameful that would be? And you make sure that no one finds out about it, the woman said slyly. How? Paula was surprised. Everyone here has seen me with a huge belly. And do I tell you about Italy? Chloe smiled. There are so many women who find their happiness abroad. I've already found a suitable candidate for you. Chloe jumped up and brought some photo. She showed it to her granddaughter, Paula. Here you go, Peter. She pointed her finger at the stranger in the photo. He lives on a farm in Italy. He's a wealthy man. He has vineyards, citrus orchards. How can I go to him by myself? The girl wouldn't stop. They won't just let me go to Italy. Well, for that, there is a marriage bureau, said the grandmother instructively. I've already learnt everything. I gave your photograph of you in your 20s. You look very pretty there. The agent helped me write a letter 3 days ago, he replied. That's it, the job is done. Peter is waiting for you. Paula couldn't come to her senses. She had heard, of course, that this was the way to get married nowadays. But not knowing the man at all, the girl could not imagine how one could marry him. And don't forget, Chloe said sternly. You have no children, otherwise you will spoil everything. He agreed to marry you only because you don't have children. He wants you to give him children yourself. So I have to leave my sons in America? Said the girl in shock. but I can't. You can, the woman ordered. Otherwise, you will be left on the street together with them. I won't feed you anymore. Paula could not recover from her conversation with Chloe for a long time. She was tormented by vague doubts. But on the other hand, she realized that she had nowhere to go with these children. She had never worked, she had no money. Maybe I should leave them to their mother, she pondered. But the mother can barely walk. She'll give them to the orphanage or they'll take them away from her. Has she been given a disability? No, that option won't work. For days, Paula couldn't decide what to do with the children. The girl was already doing the paperwork for Italy. What if it flashed across her mind? I should definitely leave them to their father. Her mother had said his name was Christian Thompson. No, I can't leave the children to him directly, Paula thought. We'll have to do something clever. I'll first find out where he lives now, and then I'll think of something. One of Paula's old acquaintances worked for the police. He found her information about the children's father. Los Angeles, then? The girl wondered. So I'm due next week. After that, I'll pick up the kids and go there. Maybe I should leave them outside the church with a note. I'll see what they have there. Wow, so many cathedrals and churches. There's even a convent. That's right, a convent. Paula shouted with joy. I'll leave the children there. When Paula boarded the plane, her visa to Italy was already ready. The girl flew to Los Angeles with anticipation. But as soon as she arrived at the convent, there was such a heaviness in her heart that Paula began to doubt her plans. Lord, how am I going to leave them to a complete stranger? She sobbed as she looked at the babies. Maybe he is an alcoholic or some lying invalid. The girl stayed in the hotel for several days. She still did not dare to leave the children yet. She spoke to the Mother Superior several times. Of course, she did not tell what had really happened. I have a few days left, Paula reasoned. I have to make up my mind about something, after all. Paula, don't even think about it. Grandma Chloe shouted into the phone. Over my dead body. If you leave them, not only will I not recognize them, but I'll disown you too. Don't ever count on me again. Even if you become a bum, I'll pass you by and never throw you a ruble. God, I can't understand anything. Christian wailed, clutching his head. I've never had anyone but Madison. How is that even possible? He looked at the DNA test results for the umpteenth time. The man couldn't come to his senses all evening. He tried to find some reasonable explanation for it, but he was having no luck. It was almost 3 a.m. when he finally went to bed. This time Christian dreamt about the train again. Christian, I love you. Don't go, it was ringing in his ears as the man woke up. Christian sat up abruptly on the bed. The clock read 6:30 in the morning. The man stared at one point on the floor and sat like that for a long time. It can't be. It struck him suddenly. Could it be that one time she had got pregnant? God, he'd never been with anyone else but her. Christian stood up quickly and paced the room. His thoughts drifted to where he had forbidden them to go for so many years. Does it turn out that Sabrina had a daughter by me? He said aloud. But then why didn't our daughter leave the children to her? Maybe. Heavy thoughts tore at his heart. No, not that. Sabrina, was she really dead? He covered his face with his hands and sobbed. I've been running away from my happiness for so many years. But she was waiting for me. I could always feel it. So Sabrina is dead. The thought struck Christian so hard that he couldn't get out of bed that day. I have nothing to live for now, he said to himself. If Sabrina is gone, I am no longer needed here. He lay like that until the evening. Suddenly his phone rang. It was the Mother Superior. Did you get the results of the DNA test? She asked quickly. We need to deal with the issue of the children urgently. Yes, the man replied briefly in a low voice. They are actually my grandchildren. It's an old story from my college days. What have you decided? The nun continued the conversation. Will you keep the boys? I don't know, Christian was confused. Can I think about it for a while, please? All right, do you have until tomorrow? Agreed the woman. I'm sorry, but we can't wait any longer. The children have been staying with us illegally for a whole week. Christian came to his senses, he had some strength in him. The man made himself some hot tea and began to think hard. Okay, I can hire a nanny. So if they don't sleep well at night, I'll at least try to get some sleep during the day, Christian reasoned. I'll get someone from the child welfare office to teach me how to bathe them, feed them porridge, and take them for walks. I'll take them for walks myself. There won't be any problems here, as I won't be able to work now. The state has to pay me some kind of allowance for my children, so I'll have some money. The more Christian thought about the fact that he would keep the children, the more joy appeared in his heart. It's settled, the man finally said, and looked at his watch. The big hand showed noon. The boys will stay with me tomorrow. After the convent, I'll go straight to work and write a letter of resignation. I have so much paperwork to do now. The main thing is that I have my own place and $30,000 in my account. I hope they'll agree to give me the kids. At 9 a.m., Christian spoke to the Mother Superior. I think my daughter's mother is dead, he said with annoyance in his voice. Otherwise, she would have left the children to her. Christian, don't jump to conclusions. The woman looked at him lovingly. I see that woman was dear to you. Yes, he wept. She was the only person I ever loved. I'm sorry I can't contain my emotions. That's why I'm telling you not to jump to conclusions, she advised the guest. Go to the police, they will give you that information. Christian lovingly took the children in his arms. The boys were not frightened of him. After he agreed, the Mother Superior called the guardianship authorities to the convent, so that on the same day they began to register the children with Christian. Christian, you've got to be kidding, Nicholas said in shock. Are you serious? You became a father of 2 little children? Not a father, but a grandfather, Christian corrected Nicholas. Do you think it's so easy to give these little ones to an orphanage? And besides, I can see now that my life has not been in vain. In fact, it was much more complicated than the man had realized. But he didn't give up. The boys woke up at night, one or the other, crying all the time. Christian learned to sleep anywhere and under any circumstances. He even managed to lie down in the intervals when he dipped his spoon into the soup. The care authorities provided a free nanny, nappies, formula, milk, and porridge for the first time. That seems to be everything in that department. Christian checked his list again. On his way home, the man also stopped at a pharmacy. He picked up all sorts of baby hygiene products. The man was so absorbed in his worries that he even forgot that he had made a request to the police. Christian Thompson. There was an unfamiliar voice. It's about your inquiry about Sabrina Smith. The woman is alive and living in Chicago. Will you come to the police station or shall I give you her address? His heart was racing. He hadn't even expected this good news. Dictate the address, Christian answered quickly. He wrote down the address he wanted on a piece of paper, thanked the policeman, and hung up. So Sabrina is alive, he rejoiced. Immediately he was struck with horror. What if she's married? Maybe she gave her daughter to an orphanage. Maybe she never thought of me at all. Once again, Christian was moping. The man didn't know what to do. There was only one reasonable solution: to go to Chicago and meet Sabrina, but he was insanely afraid of that. What will I tell her, he thought. Sabrina, I'm sorry, I'm the very last creature. I didn't tell you then that I already had a fiancé. She won't even listen to me. She'll just close the door in front of me. Christian went crazy for a few days. The only thing that saved him then was his children. He completely immersed himself in taking care of them and forgot about Sabrina for a while, or rather what he was going to do with her now. Here they are, my dear little ones. He carefully placed his grandson on the towel after bathing. Let's wipe our feet. Let's wipe our hands. Let's not forget about the face, Christian said lovingly. Sabrina looked tiredly out the window. It was getting close to Christmas. She had grown used to her loneliness, but still, from time to time, the mental wounds made themselves felt. God, I'm almost 55 and I've never had a life, she sighed. I've failed as a wife and a mother. Sabrina burst into tears. That's why nobody needs me in my old age, the woman sobbed. She took her crutch and went to her wardrobe and pulled out warm clothes. The first snow was already falling outside. After about 30 minutes, Sabrina cautiously made her way down to the yard. Despite the white blankets, it wasn't cold outside. The woman slowly wandered towards a small public garden. She sat down on a bench and closed her eyes. The cool air burned her nostrils. Ba. A baby's voice was heard, and the woman opened her eyes sharply. Standing beside her was a 1.5-year-old child. His mum stood behind him. The baby stomped his little feet and babbled something to his mum. Turning to the young woman, he pointed at Sabrina. Ba. Sabrina's heart warmed. The baby was so funny that she immediately remembered her daughter. She thought it was Paula standing by the bench. Hello, little one. The woman couldn't help herself. Aren't you cold for a walk today? The baby tried to climb into her arms. Ba, he kept repeating. Let's go home, laughed his mum. Your BA is sitting at home. You can't take her outside in this weather. Sabrina looked tenderly at the boy. His mum took the boy in her arms, and he waved all the way to the pram. And Sabrina waved back at him. How funny you two are. At this age, you don't know who you're going to grow up to be. That's why everything is so simple and easy. That's how my Paula used to beg for my arms and call me Mum. And now I don't even know where she is. And tears flowed from Sabrina's eyes. She felt uneasy and got up from the bench. She wanted to walk forward some more, but she wanted to be alone so badly that Sabrina went straight home. She took out old pictures of her daughter, and for a long time she couldn't calm down. Paula, my daughter, she touched the pictures tenderly. How beautiful you are here. I love you so much. That day Sabrina did not do well. First she ate soup, then her can broke. Then there was a knock on her door. Someone had the wrong flat. What's the matter? The woman was cursing. I'm sweating today, so no mood. And then there's all this. Sabrina decided not to do anything else today. She lay down on the sofa and turned on the TV. But thoughts of the past kept her busy that day. In front of Sabrina's eyes was Christian's face. I wonder how his fate turned out, she thought. He probably has a family a long time ago and is happy. Christian once said that he wanted many children, at least 2. He definitely has 1 daughter, and his wife probably has several children. I'd like to see him. He must have changed a lot. And there's not much of the old Sabrina left. She looked at herself in the mirror. The woman was immersed in memories of the Institute. She had seen Christian writing his diploma with her, and then defending it so brilliantly. Well done, guys. Shook their hands. That's the bar you have to set. That's the only kind that makes real specialists. Yes, sighed the woman. Everything did not turn out as I would have liked it. I remained a nobody. I hope that at least Christian's life has worked out. It was still nice outside the window, and Sabrina turned off the television. She was getting annoyed with the extraneous sounds, so she turned off the light and just lay there with her eyes open. She felt light at heart, to her surprise. The tears had washed away some of the sadness and sorrow, and the sun showed behind the dark clouds. No one knows what I'm doing all this for, she thought. Maybe it's all for the best. That's how we complain about fate. And then time passes and it becomes clear that it was better for everyone. That's how I cling to Christian and my daughter. I should have let them go a long time ago. Maybe one of them would have come back to me one day. Such a simple thought struck the woman so hard that she thought about it for a long time. Sabrina didn't notice how the evening ended and night fell. The woman woke up when it was 2 on the clock. Wow, she smiled. I don't remember such a bright state of mind. It's like the sun is burning in the middle of my chest. She rejoiced. How I wish I could fall asleep in this state tonight and feel the same tomorrow morning. There is such clarity in my head and peace inside. Sabrina awoke to someone ringing her doorbell for a long time. She jumped up abruptly. It was already 10. She went to the door and looked through the peephole. There was a man standing in front of the door. Who do you want? Without opening the door, she asked. Who do you want? Repeated the woman. I'm looking for Sabrina. The woman heard the voice and turned pale. The voice sounded familiar to her. She also knew that it was very rare that anyone would call her that. A click was heard and the door opened. Sabrina eyed the intruder with interest. After a few moments, her breath caught. "Well, hello, Sabrina," the man said in a trembling voice. "I'm sorry to drop in unannounced. We could have a word with you." The woman hesitantly opened the door to the flat and only now noticed the portable pram. The guest picked it up and entered. Sabrina couldn't say a word out of shock. Her legs were shaking, and she sat down on a chair. "What is it, Christian?" she finally said, looking at the cradle. "It's a long story," the man tried to smile. "We could put the children on the bed for the time being, because they had already had a rough flight." A baby cried. A second one cried after him. Sabrina pulled the boy out with trembling hands and put him on the couch. Christian took the nappies out of a large bag and, like a true professional, changed them for the children in seconds. "We haven't eaten anything since this morning," the man said carefully. "We'd better make some porridge." Sabrina watched what was happening and could not believe her eyes. She was so amazed that she couldn't even find the words. Christian was in the kitchen. He quickly prepared the baby's food and put the bottles to cool. Then he sat down on a chair and looked intently at the hostess. "Sabrina, are these our grandchildren?" he said calmly. "Our daughter gave them to me." Sabrina couldn't believe it. "Paula, did you have her?" "No. She left the twins at the convent. She put a note in the basket for the nuns to find me," he said, trying to hold back tears. "Sabrina, I adopted our boys." Finally, the woman couldn't take it anymore and cried loudly. Christian soothed her. "Christian, how can you do this?" she said through her tears. "How could Paula do such a thing?" "I don't know," Christian answered briefly. "Sabrina, I'm sorry." The man couldn't bear it and cried. "I acted like a bastard. I didn't tell you that I had a fiancé at home. I took advantage of the opportunity that day. I didn't want to marry Madison. You were the only one I ever loved, but my dad made me do it. I'm so sorry." "But why didn't you tell me about it then?" The woman sobbed even more. "I've waited all my life for you." "For many years I had forbidden myself to think about you," Christian confessed honestly. "But after my wife died many years ago, I was afraid that you had a family and that you were happy." God, how stupid we are. Sabrina got up from her chair and walked over to Christian. "We've wasted so many years," Sabrina exclaimed. No, he hugged her. "We're just getting started. Let's go feed our children." The woman took one bottle and put one baby in her arms. The boy gobbled greedily. Sabrina watched the baby, and with each passing minute her heart filled with love for him. She furtively looked at Christian. The man was so happy, he was just glowing. This is what I had to go through all the trouble for, the woman thought, wiping away her tears with one hand. Nothing happens for nothing. Everything that happens to us has meaning. Christian looked at Sabrina lovingly. He had been so dreading this meeting, but it had happened so unexpectedly that he just couldn't believe it all. The man and woman never doubted that this was the best day of their lives. The boys ate and fell fast asleep. Sabrina and Christian went into the kitchen. They had a lot to talk about. They were starting a new phase of their lives and had a lot of issues to deal with. "Thank you for being able to understand and forgive me tonight," Christian said to her. "Daddy, Mummy." There were voices in the yard. "Where are you? Are you in the garden?" "Martin, Jasper, we're here." Waved his hands at an old man near an old cherry tree. The brothers went into the garden. On the way, they discussed something animatedly. Finally, they saw their parents. "Well, can I congratulate you?" asked the mother. "How was the defense?" Martin and Jasper studied in New York. After graduating from school in Chicago, their teachers advised Christian that his son should go to university in New York. Both boys had simply amazing abilities. Martin studied to be a computer programmer, and Jasper, in contrast, became an art historian. But the brothers weren't confused by their different majors. They always had something to talk about. After Christian came to Sabrina, they decided to stay in Chicago. The man was fine with that. He sold his flat in Los Angeles, and he and Sabrina were able to buy a large, well-appointed house with a large garden. At first, they tried to have the boys call them grandparents. But when they were 8 years old, Martin declared that Sabrina and Christian were parents to them. From that point on, they never had any questions about it. Having had a negative experience with Paula, Sabrina was initially very afraid that her sons would grow up and abandon them. But the boys didn't just grow up grateful. They loved their parents wholeheartedly. "We are very grateful to you for investing so much in us," the sons often said. "And most of all, thank you for finding the strength and not giving us to the orphanage." The boys came home for a few weeks. They both had jobs in New York and good prospects. "Martin, Jasper," their father told them one day, "your mother and I don't mind if you choose to stay in New York. You are adults and should decide for yourselves what you want to be and where you want to live." Christian and Sabrina looked fondly at their sons. Their parents had arranged a dinner party for them in honor of their diploma. Of course, both realized that they were old. Both of them were to turn 78 this year. "Now I can leave in peace," Christian thought. "My life hasn't gone to waste. I thank God that one day 2 nuns knocked on my door.